Kept you waiting. Kept you waiting, huh? Kept you waiting, huh? Oh man, I'm so fucking excited. Da 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 Okay. Oh, we are not having any dips. This is good. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh shit. And we're live. Looks like my mic is picking up. Think it should be well adjusted. Not too bad, not too shabby. Looks like everything is picking up on the game side as well. And because he decided to tempt me, he decided to tempt fate, this one's for Dave. Kept you waiting, huh? There we go, boys. There's that beautiful voice. You should have heard me last week where I sounded like a mixture of Fran Drescher and like the green fat kid from Regular Show. Like, I was disgusting. Despite everything, your mic is indeed picking up. And here we are. This is it. We are well over a year late. Actually, wait, I think we're like 11 months late. Because I think I was supposed to do it in August for the August release date, and then that fell apart, but here we are. This is Silent Hill 3 in depth. This is going to be definitely 2, most likely 3-day live stream event where we're going to play Silent Hill 3 start to finish. If you haven't seen any of my past work with the Silent Hill games so far, basically the gist of what we're gonna do here is we're going to play the game start to finish, and I will discuss the plot, lore, characters, symbolism, and my own personal readings and takes on things as we go. If you're a longtime viewer, you know the drill, and for On Time, the 20th anniversaries of Silent Hill 1 and 2, we did successfully do that. The thing I will say that might turn off newer viewers is we're going to be doing this expanding on ideas from Silent Hill 1 and 2 in depth. I'll definitely summarize them and go over them quickly here to catch anyone up to speed, because I'm not going to expect you to watch 2 10-hour series before this. However, it is recommended if you want the full doomed lore dump experience. Now, are you going to turn off the noise filter and the options? I will not. We are going to do this mostly as intended. Now, obviously, Reaver Jill Sandwiches said this is the classic PS2 version. This is not. This is an emulation. This is an emulation on my currently dying PC, but I'm pretty sure this can handle one more ride. This is going to be this old girl's last hurrah, I feel. But if it can last, we'll be good. So, okay. I want Doom to dump all over me. I just rub my hands together. Now, as we have done in years past, we will only discuss events in the plot as they are brought up during gameplay. So we're going to discuss events, concepts, story beats, and spoilers as they are presented to the audience. We're going to try our level best to present this as if you had not played Silent Hill 3 or had any knowledge of it whatsoever. Now, chat will be able to spoil whatever chat wants. That's on them. I'll try my best to avoid reading any specific spoilers out loud, but that's just going to be a part of it. I'm not going to regulate anyone wanting to talk about future reveals and anything like that. Emulated Silent Hill 3 has issues of cutscenes like with Silent Hill 2. Yeah, it does have those issues. Now, actually, the one thing I will say about the emulation of Silent Hill 3 that's better than 2's, while Silent Hill 2's actual in-game rendering is stronger, the cutscenes of this are all in-engine, where Silent Hill 2's are pre-rendered. And the pre-rendering was actually the issue of emulating Silent Hill 2, as we had to save state and figure out as we went. Emulated Silent Hill 3 worked okay for me. I am 99% confident it's my PC. This thing's absolutely on its last legs. So, that sucks. But what can you do? Now, we're going to be using primary sources of information here for when we're discussing like lore and plot and storytelling of the actual text itself. So we're going to be using developer interviews, the making of Silent Hill 3 documentary, and most heavily, the Book of Lost Memories. So those will be our primary sources of sort of like canon information, but as we'll go over, even in the official canon information and discussion from Team Silent in, say, the Book of Lost Memories, I'm confident, I'd have to reread passages of it, but I'm confident the director of this game, the writer of this game, Hiroyuki Owaku himself says, we left things open to interpretation. So there's obviously going to be some gap filling here. We're going to be avoiding the Silent Hill wiki, obviously, for some foreskin-related reasons. And as always, when I'm doing my own out-of-my-ass personal speculation, I will preface that. I'll make sure not to spoil the part where Heather gets a magical bow and arrow and fight historical serial killers. No, wait, that's Clock Tower 3. God, Clock Tower 3 is insane. It's so weird, because like Clock Tower 3 is like technically the best Clock Tower game. Wikis are not 100% actually, yeah, like, no, we're not going to be using the Silent Hill 3 wiki for this. I'll discuss one reason why in a point that I'm going to steal. Nothing wrong with a little skin on the tip. Hey, I got my foreskin. I'm part of the Foreskin Hood Club. I don't know why I said that, but I'm part of it, baby. Hell yeah. Foreskin for life. Okay, so let's ignore I just said that. Okay, that is not... Yeah, wikis are not 100% accurate. In a bit, I'm gonna steal from one of the primary influences for Silent Hill 3 in depth, Aesir Aesthetics' commentary of Silent Hill 3. He points out one of the most ridiculous examples of speculation from the wiki about an enemy design in this game, and we'll touch on that. But speaking of inspirations for the project, the old Lion Figure Let's Play channel on YouTube, the Silent Pyramid plot guide from GameFAQs, written in about 2006, 2007, I believe. The YouTube channels Ragnaroks, Eurothug, and Aesir Aesthetics. All of those are heavily influencing my work here. And when I'm talking about certain topics, I will be referencing a few academic journal articles, specifically one where we're going to talk about probably the closest thing to a pure definition of a certain genre of horror. I think that's it, actually. So without further ado, let's get into it. Only the Silent Hill 4 wiki is the one to follow, 100% accurate, not up for debate. I would love to sit down one-on-one with that one admin on Silent Hill 4 and Xenogears who just went insane about, like, foreskin and the American trauma of circumcision. Like, I would love to just pick that guy's mind for, like, an hour. But without further ado... And that is our opening. So, let's quickly touch on that opening sequence. As you can tell, it is very art house, very visually provocative, but what does it really mean? Well, unfortunately, it's one of those kind of things, and I'm going to be saying this a lot tonight. We are not going to be able to fully get into a lot of the symbolism until the second half of the game. A lot of Silent Hill 3 has this very strange pacing issue of there is a very big reveal in the middle section of the game, and that's when everything beforehand you can start to really dive into conceptually. It's one of the bigger issues I do have with the game's pacing, not for the game itself, just for how I present these live streams. It's not a problem, it just sucks for me. You know what I mean? So, for today, it's going to be a lot of mental bookmark that. We're going to talk about that either at the end of the night or beginning of tomorrow. So, c'est la vie. But, opening sequence, what does that mean? So, it is a top-down view of a teacup ride that you probably see in like amusement parks like Disneyland and such all the time. But what you're seeing is 3 spinning teacups. They're all spinning in a circle in the same direction, counterclockwise. However, the 3 circles spinning counterclockwise are placed on top of a 4th circle spinning clockwise. So, without getting too much into spoilers, as we've lightly touched on, especially in Silent Hill 2, but also in the first game, cycles, cyclic behavior, and loops are pretty much the forefront of Silent Hill 3. It's going to be the most common recurring image in the entire game, outside of like the blood and rust stuff for aesthetics. For actual symbolism, the cyclic imagery through literal cycles and circles and cyclic behavior to an insect birth cycle, which we'll see referenced later, we're going to be seeing a lot of that. And I'll bookmark it as we go. We can discuss probably in day 2, but most certainly in day 3, what exactly that entails. So, let's start exploring. What? A rabbit doll. No, it's a costume. Is there someone in there? It looks like there is, but I don't feel like making sure. That is Robbie the Rabbit making his debut. God, imagine dying on the way to take a shit. So that's the bathroom over there. How embarrassing. So what we have over here are some bodies in cages. Now, these are all interesting, because we're going to also, in conjunction with the 4 circles we were talking about, 3 unique, 1 larger, we have 4 cage units. And we have 4 bodies in cages. You can fall into the holes on hard. Yes, you can, and that's probably why I'm not going to do it, because, haha, I don't want to embarrass myself on live. So, we have 4 cages of 4 bodies in it. We have 3 that are going to look like this. So what you see is like what appears to be like some sort of humanoid hanging by an arm. So you can see an arm raising up, down to the shoulders. To the left you have his head, 1 arm slumped, and the rest of his body going down. Let's examine. And what's this? Something strange inside a cagey box thing. A person? Not quite. I don't really want to stare at it for very long, whatever it is. What the? So one thing about Silent Hill 3 is that it really does elaborate and expand on what kind of dialogue you get from examining objects. You will sometimes get multiple different answers based on how many times you examine something. It's very unique to this game in particular, and I do appreciate it. Silent Hill 2 had brief moments of it, but this game really takes it to the front. Robbie's looking at me! What, Rick? You don't like that? You don't like him? He's your friend. We're friends to the end. But, so, in this cage as well, it's the hanging figure, but this one seems to have 2 arms up this time. as well as the one on the other end that is, just for posterity's sake, we'll show it off. The one on this end is also the Hanging Man. But, when we get down here, this one's different. This one's bigger. This one seems to just be floating. Like, its arms are almost like crossed on its chest. Also seems to be a little darker, a little more rotted. Like this one's older. Let's continue. Now, before we keep going, there's something very interesting. So as you can see, Heather started with a little knife. So let's actually go into Heather's inventory, as that is our protagonist's name, Heather. Let's go into her inventory. So we got a flashlight, a radio, a knife, a steel pipe, a handgun, and a submachine gun. So I want you guys to put a mental bookmark for this. I did warn you about this, because this is going to come up much later in the game. Definitely tomorrow. These 4 weapons specifically. And why Heather, at this point in the game, has to do with that. Do you know what the Hanged Man means in tarot? I'll get into it in day 3. There is a tarot thing, but but I think it's like the thing with the tarot is that there is a tarot aspect to Silent Hill 3. It's a puzzle in the final dungeon, but the tarot aspect and the literal symbolism of the tarot cards does not matter as much as what the cards mean in relation to the puzzle and the characters. But we'll get to that in day 3. But these 4 weapons, I just want to really bookmark that, because it leads to something that it's one of my biggest head scratches of this game, because it's clearly deliberate, and it's clearly intentional, but I have no fucking clue what it means. Let's continue. Yeah, Silent Hill 3 does the most. Multiple dialogue stuff. I also feel that Heather has the most character and personality of the original trilogy. I think Heather has the most on-the-surface character. Like, Heather is, as a protagonist, she's much more expressive than Harry or James. For Harry, it makes sense, specifically because Harry was like kind of an audience insert character. For James, it's because of his specific characterization leads him to be very reserved and quiet. Where he starts off as like an audience insert like Harry Mason, but the more you learn of him, the more you realize how distant and wrong James actually is as a person. Whereas Heather, as we're going to see going forward, she has a lot more like off-the-cuff personality. There are boxes of cookies and chocolates on display. I love this kind of stuff, but I don't feel like eating it here and now. It's a row of shirts for sale. I don't think they'd help me at all. But yeah, like little things like that. Like she has a little bit more spunk and personality than the past 2 characters, which is really fun. The Eye of Night, my favorite tarot. Don't spoil it, Dave, but unironically, the Eye of Night is one of my favorite bits of tarot, is one of my favorite bits of puzzle symbolism in the game. It's actually like deviously clever. It's a rabbit stuffed animal. It's a rabbit stuffed animal here. The mouth part is stained red. Almost like bloodstains. Disgusting. Oh, well, nothing here. Music Head Tomboy. Hey, Doom Game Critic, been too long. How are you? Not too bad. I'm actually, it's been a rough, been a little rough times, but we're doing a lot better. Things are looking up. I quite like Heather's personality. I really like Heather. She's a very fun protagonist, and I think I really think, like, even though I do really like this, I think largely, I like Silent Hill 3 a lot as a game. I do think Silent Hill 3's sole bit of staying power is Heather as a character. Like, I love the game, but it doesn't have the iconography of Silent Hill 2, and obviously Silent Hill 1 kind of invented this aesthetic. But as much as I love the game, Heather's like really the only thing that really stuck with people about Silent Hill 3. So I do think it's a testament to the writing and characterization. That's fair, yeah. Heather is much more expressive. That's more fair to say. I think she's a lot more fun compared to the other two. I agree. Like, I think Heather having more of this, like, fuck yeah, spunky attitude to things is a great contrast to really set this game apart. Glad to hear that. I'm doing okay myself. Hell yeah. I love Heather. She's my favorite besides Harry and James. I definitely like Heather a lot more than Harry. God, this game's audio design is so fucking good. But yeah, I really enjoy Heather a lot more than Harry, because, like, Harry is just an audience insert. Let's get into it. Outside of the fact that he's voiced by Symphony of the Night Dracula, like, he's just kind of there. I remember a lot of the environments aren't as good as the other two. I think this is easily the best looking PS2 game. This is the best looking game in the Silent Hill series. Visually, I still think this game is unmatched. My name's Harry Mason. I came here on a vacation. I'm looking for my daughter. My daughter. My daughter. I have no idea what you're talking about, Harry. I'm looking for my daughter. Fucking right on cue, hell yeah. Okay, so this is a silent cutscene, so I can't talk over this, because we're gonna have a longer one soon. So the roller coaster, and specifically the railroad imagery here, with something oncoming towards you, this is a recurring symbol we're going to see a lot in the game. As we see in this instance, Heather's on a single railroad going forward. Something's coming towards her, and it kills her. We're going to see this image going forward a lot. So I'll discuss it more as, like, when the big reveals and shit happened.
What a nightmare. Dad, it's me. Yeah. Sorry I didn't call sooner. Yeah, I guess I was. Anyway, I'm coming home now. Oh, I didn't get that thing you asked me to. Okay. Okay, I will. I love you too, Dad.
Heather, I need to speak with you. My name is Douglas Cartland. I'm a detective.
A detective? Really? Well, nice talking to you.
Hold on. There's someone that wants to meet you. Just let me have an hour. No, half an hour of your time.
My daddy always told me not to talk to strangers.
This is very important. It's about your birth.
I'm not interested. Are you still following me? Do I have to scream?
Sorry. I'll wait here.
No audio? No, it's like I'm just not talking during the cutscenes, unless it's like a cutscene where, like the roller coaster example we did before, I know that there's a lot coming, and I gotta like hammer something out real quick in this game. Before I read more of the comments, I would just want to highlight one little thing. This is the first game in the series I really felt nailed the voice acting. This is the one. This is the only one in the series. No, that's not true. Silent Hill 4, actually, for all my problems with that game, has good voice acting. But specifically Silent Hill 3, like, just this conversation between two characters, there's no more of that kind of fanboy cope that I hate to say Silent Hill 2 had, of they sound weird and wrong on purpose. That's not it, because in Silent Hill 2, the voice acting is not bad, it's just inconsistent. Where occasionally, everyone, when they need to deliver their lines flawlessly, does it. You just get a lot of weird bullshit in between. With the exception of Mary/Maria's voice actress, who fucking nails it start to finish. But just this conversation between Heather and Douglas here, immediately, these just sound like actual people. Heather sounds like an actual teenage girl. Douglas sounds like an actual 50-something-year-old chain smoker. Like, they sound like real people for the first time in the series. I don't know. I think that, and as we go forward with the two other very central characters, I really think this is the game where they nailed how to do Silent Hill voice acting. So let's start reading comments now, since people have been going. Stigerick says, "God, that lighting is so good. This game is fucking gorgeous." It actually makes me kind of frustrated going back to this one, because when you go to Silent Hill 4 right after, they didn't even bother trying to have any sort of simulated dynamic lighting. They just like quit, I guess. I don't know. No Konami code doomed. Pack it up, boys. Stream's no longer worth watching. Listen, I'm doing it pure right now, okay? If there's a continuation of the third game, I would like to see a grown-up or older Heather in present times, like in her early 30s. We'll save it for the day 3, when I'm doing like a little bit of a, sort of like a follow-up video. Not follow-up video, like just sort of like a last-minute, last thoughts on the whole trilogy and series to end the streams on. But, well, I do agree more with Dave that I just would rather have no more Silent Hill games, because I think 3 to me is the perfect capstone, and they all just kind of went downhill afterwards. If they were to theoretically, in a perfect world, get the dream team of perfect creators together to make a proper follow-up to this, there is a character in this game I do think should get a follow-up and be the protagonist, but we can only talk about that once all the spoilers are out of the way. So, I'll keep that in mind for day 3, so stay tuned. Let's see. I'm in this game, me in my trench coat. No, Dave's right. Like, you gotta see the Konami code version of his outfit, and then you can say if it's you. If Konami was trustworthy and made good games again, it would have been nice. Yeah, like, that's the thing. That is one of the true things. That Konami has just routinely proven, and especially in just the last year, has proven they have no clue what to do with this IP. They just fumbled the bag with it. And I think Rick said this, like, a long time ago. But it holds true, like, Silent Hill might be the most fumbled IP of all time. I have never seen something with such brand recognition get routinely messed up, screwed up, and just have the ball dropped by its owner as Silent Hill. It's insane how badly they dropped the ball on this franchise. As in Silent Hill 4 Homecoming, Silent Hill 4, Silent Hill 4 The Room. After The Room, there was Silent Hill Origins, technically Silent Hill 0, and then there was Silent Hill 5, which they backed down on that and just called it Silent Hill Homecoming. Yeah, 3 is the end of the series. It does feel like an ending. To me, it really does feel like an end of the series. Hit the lever! Now, anyway, let's talk about the game again. So, for that cutscene, the making of Silent Hill 3 describes the sunset opening there of Heather waking up from her nightmare as her unnaturally red. Like, they really point that out. And how it symbolizes something red is awaiting her. We'll talk about that a little more going on. There's a lot of different ways people have read that over the years. It's obviously up for interpretation, but we can, give a few as the game continues. But during the phone call with her dad, we get one little bit of characterization of Heather that I don't know if it means much, but I think it's interesting. And there's a few more little bits of that going forward that I think are going to help. Heather has a shoddy memory. Oh, I forgot that thing you asked me to get. Haha. Heather doesn't have a great memory. I think that's a very interesting thing to immediately establish as her character. I don't think this game does quite as good a job as Silent Hill 2 did of giving you, in their first introduction, everything you need to know about a character. But I also think that's deliberately intentional for some characters like Douglas here. That weird old detective's out there, so I'm not leaving. So, her interactions with Douglas there also, as we've already described, show off a little bit of just how much more expressive and dynamic a character Heather is. She talks back, she confronts. There's a little bit more spice to Heather as a protagonist, whereas James is sort of passive and cowardly, where he's more of for the first half of Silent Hill 2, James is more of an audience insert than anything else. Which is intentional and on a replay, you can start to see what, sort of the facade of James's character. But, we're just talking about 2 again. And also, I will say another thing. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. But I will say another thing. That the camera work of this isn't as good as 2, I really do appreciate how that cutscene really shows off a voyeuristic kind of creep factor. It has that upshot through the vents. There's a very voyeuristic creep factor, and the fact that essentially this 50-something-year-old man is cornering a teenage girl in a bathroom. She's not going out there. I will say this immediately sets a distinct tone for Heather's interactions with people going forward. And maybe a tone for Douglas. Maybe not, though. We'll see. There's one character who deserves to have a sequel. Doomed, please. No one wants to actually see Stanley. We'll fucking talk about Stanley. I can relate to Heather not having a great memory. That's fair. That tiny little detail about Heather's memory. Yeah. It's a very tiny detail, but we're going to get a little more of that in a minute. I can't help but theorize that Henry of Silent Hill 4 was trying to be an audience insert character like James was, but wasn't nearly as strong or well done. James was interesting at times. James works as an audience insert because that's the flip. You're supposed to relate or insert yourself into James until you start to realize how broken and fucked James actually is as an individual. And then he becomes much more distant to you as the game continues. Henry in Silent Hill 4 is an audience insert. They even said in Making Of, he's just supposed to be a player insert character. There is no Henry Townsend. He's you. That's it. So everyone who makes those analysis of Silent Hill 4, how he's secretly depressed and secretly an amazingly complicated character, it's an absolute lie. It's an absolute cope. Word of God completely contradicts you. The director of Silent Hill 2 and Silent Hill 4, from the word of God itself, said Henry Townsend is an audience insert character. I digress. This song is so good, this music is so good. But this is our save point. So what's really interesting about the save point here is, as we were talking about the teacup ride that opened the game, the very first thing you saw, that's the save symbol. 3 little circles on top of a bigger circle. It's the exact same thing. Interesting. The mark on this mirror. It looks so familiar somehow. What do I know it from? Where did I once see it? And why does my head hurt so much when I try to remember it? Yeah, let's overwrite my New Game Plus. Fuck it. There we go. Not hating Henry, but he was weak in comparison. That's fair. I hate Henry. I'm a certified Henry hater over here. Isn't there another certain RPG Maker game we love that I can't shut the fuck up about with the player insert flip as well? I don't know if I want to hear about it. No Mori. Once in a generation comedic talent, made in a lab. I am fucking hilarious. Pun master, let's go. It is worth noting that Silent 3 save symbol is also the most easy. Is it worth noting? It is worth noting. You actually do get an explanation to what the symbolism of the save symbol is later. So you do get that. But it also, the fact that she's trying to remember it, it shows the fact that Heather has a bad memory. And that seems intentional. Let's examine them. I don't like mirrors. It's almost like there's an unknown world right on the other side. And the person staring at me isn't really me, just an imitator. I know how stupid that sounds, but that's how I feel. But if I keep thinking about it, it just makes me feel sick. Heather doesn't like mirrors. We'll get more of that going forward, too. You are right, Music Head Tomboy, but they also have more of an explanation in a note that a lot of people miss. So we'll do our level best to find it. Guess someone's in there. Let's think about the optics of this for a second, though. A 50-year-old man cornered a teenage girl in a bathroom, and she feels safe escaping out of the bathroom window. Like, let's think about the optics of this for a minute. That makes sense. Yeah. Let's examine this. Well, that's helpful. Maybe I should walk around it. Never mind. But how did this car park here? So that, well, never mind. We'll talk about that later. We'll talk about that actually very shortly. Of a little character detail about Heather that I think informs the ending. At least my reading on it. Oh, she's tired. If you examine that door again, Heather says, kind of rude to keep knocking, huh? I didn't know that. Actually, that's very cool. I didn't know that happened. But that does, the little stall there does lead to something cool later on. And I almost forgot, we haven't examined Heather's inventory. It's a switchblade for self-defense. I've never used it, but just in case. No supplies, but we do have 2 items. House key. It's for my front door. Daisy Villa Apartment 102 is carved into the key. Dad gave this pendant to me on my birthday. It's one of my treasured belongings. So between this and the payphone call with her father, I think it's fair to say that Heather and her dad have a pretty good relationship going on. Very cute, very wholesome. Let's examine the pendant. There's a jewel inside, like a little red tablet. When I asked Dad what it was, he said, just a lucky charm. But then he told me to take good care of it and never take it off. I'm going to keep examining this throughout the game. It doesn't change, but I do want to hammer in this as an important item. It's interesting, but, you know. I'm going to put my address on this key so if I lose it, they can break it. That's incredible. Heather is not bright. She's not necessarily the brightest bulb on the Christmas tree. But we love her for it. The ambient audio in this game is so fucking strong. I think just from a technical standpoint, Silent Hill 3, without question, is the best game in the series.
Stay back! Get the hell away from me! What the hell is this thing?
Heather ain't got no time for that shit. Watch that fucker drop. Pop, pop, pop. Alright, so one detail that's really cool is that she unloads into it and the magazine is empty. That's a cool detail. I really like that, actually. But we're gonna equip the knife for now, just to save some ammo for future. Silent Hill 3 is probably the most inspirational video game. Is one of the most inspirational video games for indie horror RPGs like the Strange Man anthology. Besides Silent Hill 2, you notice a lot of them are inspired by the early Silent Hills. Silent Hill 2 is definitely the most inspirational horror game of its time. Like the horror game that's been directly the inspiration of the most. But I do think people underrate the influence 3 had, specifically in terms of art direction. A lot of it in like art direction, environment design, and creature design. Like the weird shaking head Jacob's Ladder flesh monsters. Like you see that in a lot of games, even today. Very interesting. Whoa, its face is a spinning circle. It is. It's so good how the game always has a creepy feel to it, but the background music earlier helped things keep things a little light. You ran into them all, dead silence. It's so fucking good. Like this game is such a master of audio design. The handgun is weak in this game compared to the previous games. Yeah, but honestly, we'll talk about more of the gameplay side going forward, but I actually do appreciate, I think in terms of raw gameplay, Silent Hill 3 is the best game of the trilogy. Bar fucking none. It really refined a lot of the survival horror mechanics of Silent Hill to a mere sheen. I also like the hesitation Heather has here. I think that for the story and her character, and it's a good choice to make this a cutscene rather than player control compared to Silent Hill 2, for example. Completely agree. I appreciate that she hesitates, but she still does it. I like it. I don't know. Like, I do love just these little bits of characterization we get for Heather. It's really nice. But let's talk about this. So, as I said earlier, due to the pacing of Silent Hill 3's plot, a lot of the symbolism can't be discussed. Let's get out of the menu to make something a little more interesting. Due to the pacing of the game's plot, like a lot of the symbolism can't be discussed yet until about the second half of the game. So, this enemy here, though, this is called the Closer. So, from the Book of Lost Memories, it describes the monster thus. Named Closer because of its huge body. It also has the appearance of a Mandarin from the previous work that has risen above ground. The Mandarin, if you remember, is an enemy that is very infrequently seen in Silent Hill 2 that hangs at the bottom of grates. They basically kind of admitting to reusing the design because I don't think anyone really remembers the Mandarin outside of nerds like me. So, yeah. There is a reason for the Closer to look and act the way it does. Unfortunately, we really cannot talk about any of the enemy symbolism for a while. Like I said, this is, it's good for the game. It's not a problem with the game. It's a huge pain in the ass for the way I do these things. Let's examine it. It's definitely not human. I've never heard of such an animal. And no way it's a costume. It sounds crazy. It sounds crazy when you say it, but monster is the only word for it. But I don't think I'm crazy. It's a monster. I killed it. Of course, it gives you some bullets so you can actually replenish. I hate that Closer is just a reused Mandarin. Even when I was younger and we played Silent Hill 2 or 3 so much, I was like, what does it mean? I do think there is a better meaning for it here, and there is a meaning for it. But they are kind of admitting that, yeah, like, we reused it because. And we're going to talk about more reuse later because, especially in day 2, it's going to become apparent Silent Hill 3 is the victim of a rushed development cycle. And we'll touch on that when we get there. I can tell from here that it's dead. Should I call the police? Not like they'd believe me if I said someone's been killed by a monster. I can tell from here. Oh, okay, it's the same. I will say one thing. Silent Hill, what I do like about this cutscene as well, this cutscene establishes that Silent Hill 3 is going to be a much more visceral experience than 1 or 2 was. Like, those games were much more quiet in its horror. This game is, like, loud, gross, and in your face. And there's one scene in particular, I think that's coming up shortly, that really hammers in. This game's a lot more loud with its horror. And I do think as a contrasting game, it works to, like, set itself apart from 2, which is, like, this very morose, quiet experience. I like it. Oh, before I forget, a little fun fact about talking about reused assets. This corpse model here is actually the character model of Angela from Silent Hill 2. That's Angela's character model. So Angela's fucking dead, I guess. Well, we kind of figured, but, you know, that sucks for her. Now, this probably means nothing, and I'm going to pull this out of my ass, but when you get the implicit threat from Douglas following Heather to the bathroom and cornering her, to Angela and all of her character symbolism from 2, her model being reused to be eaten by this thing, I think it's fair to say that there's some violence against women imagery really being hammered into you. You know, could be nothing, but there's more of that going forward, so we'll touch on that when we get there. There we go. I like the part where Heather puked up. Oh, can't say it. Oh, I can't say it. But I agree. We'll touch on what I think of that when we get there. I have a lot to say on that. Speaking of the things I have a lot to say on, it'd be too hard to get through here with all the boxes and pallets. So, this is a little thing, but we're going to be seeing more of these little things going forward. Something about Heather as a character I find interesting is I actually think that, how do I put this? One of her character traits from this to not wanting to sidle around the van and the alley, just stuff we're going to see going forward, one of Heather's character traits, outside of poor memory, is that she's lazy. She tries to take the path of least resistance on things. And we're going to see that more going forward, and it kind of informs one of my takes on the ending, especially. But we'll get to that. Let's go. It has almost been an hour and I haven't even beat... my bad, dude, I apologize. No need to apologize. I said at the start, chat can say whatever it wants in spoilers. I'm just not going to repeat it because, you know. So this is called the Numb Body. This enemy. So we will talk more about the Numb Body in a second. I just want to, like, let the audience get a good look at this thing. Just get a good old look at this boy. Yeah, so that's the Numb Body. Let's go. Alright, let's go this way. We got a save point coming up. Now I should save my games, just in case things crash. Funny considering that in video game land, sure it's impassable, but in reality those boxes and pallets would not be a big deal to move. It's most definitely a way to like lock things off to the player. Like obviously it's like there for design, but I do think it is interesting for character for also small bits and also some major bits going forward. Let's save the game. It's like a magic circle I remember reading about in a book on black magic. Does it seem so familiar because I read about it in that book? No, that's not it. It's not the book. It's from the altar. Altar? What am I thinking? Okay, so let's get some good music on for the save, and let's talk about the numb bodies. So those little creatures that we saw and got a highlight of are called the numb body. And the Book of Lost Memory says this about them. It is given the name numb body due to its slow and clumsy movements, and the fact that its body appears pale as if it is frozen. Now, we'll discuss what the numb body means later, but when we do get to it, and when we do get more of what the enemy symbolism in this game is alluding to, the numb body is, how do I put this? It's as subtle as a brick to the face. It's one thing Silent Hill 3 does a little worse, definitely does worse than 2, is that its enemy symbolism is like very on the nose and like not subtle at all. And that to me makes it all the more insane that Masahiro Ito, the lead artist of Silent Hill 2, he said that the numb body means nothing. There's no symbolism to the numb body, it's just a monster. Once the plot becomes more apparent, you're going to see that the symbolism of the numb body is as subtle as a sledgehammer. And we'll get to kind of like what I think about Masahiro Ito later, but I do think as much as I respect the man and think that he is absolutely the word of God of Silent Hill 2's art direction, he's kind of a petty bitch when it comes to the series going forward, and the fact that everyone, they take his Twitter rants and shitposts as a word of God fact of the entire franchise is infuriating. Especially when we get into the fact that he didn't even design half of the monsters in this game, but he's including the numb body. But I digress. That's just a little fanboy thing of mine that I am going to die alone on. I don't know why I remember the later parts of Silent Hill 3 and the quotes from Heather, like the final boss and her confronting Claudia again. I think a lot of this game's best stuff is in the last half of the game, specifically like the last third of the game, is like the strongest moments of Silent Hill 3. At least in my opinion. So, that altar save point though. A little weird, isn't it? Okay. But yeah, that's it. I'm mostly positive that Ito's messing people at this point. He has to be. Like, I will say, when Ito is talking specifically about things he designed, he's absolutely the word of God. I'm really tired of people taking his word over the word of, like, the writer and director of Silent Hill 3 over what Silent Hill 3 means. I'm just saying, like, it's fucking infuriating. Something's falling between the table and the floor. I think it might be a key. If my arms were a little longer, I might be able to reach it. There's a huge pile of cardboard boxes on the table, full of books. It's way too much of a pain to move something that heavy. Once again, path of least resistance. Heather's like, it's too much. I agree, dude. Yeah, it's like, obviously, like, I have nothing but the utmost respect for Masahiro Ito. Like, I love the man's work. It's just, if he's not messing with people, I think he's gotten way too bitter for his own good. Too many people blindly follow and believe creators. It's like, I don't even put it, like, necessarily in quotations. Like, he's a very important part to Silent Hill's success. It's just, like, he's not the end-all to be-all when Silent Hill, even the first Silent Hill, that's a collaborative project of about 24 people. And considering that, and obviously people are going to say, oh, well, but it must be just the writer and director and everyone in that area. All those lowly programmers and designers, they don't mean anything. They don't come up with ideas. I have two different arguments against that. First of all, the director of Silent Hill 3 was a model rigger on Silent Hill 2. Just think about that for a second. In a 2-year turnaround, he went from a model rigger to leading a project. The flagship project of the team. No, lowly rigger, lowly programmer. And second, in the making of Silent Hill 3, they actually do describe how, because Team Silent had a large female staff population, a lot of the women designers on the team, specifically in like the programming and design areas, actually had a lot to say about how they would portray Heather, how they portrayed Claudia, and how they would design their characters and certain scenes. Even though they weren't the writers, even though they weren't the directors. What I'm getting at is that Silent Hill has always been a very collaborative project, and I really feel like that's why you can never do a whole get the band back together Team Silent revival. Like, there's just, in a rotating team of like over 100 people, I think it's like 104 in total worked at Team Silent through the series production. You just, when you have people in quote-unquote lowly positions impacting that much, you can't tell me that it wasn't a whole all-hands-on-deck experience for these games that made them. I digress. Auteur effect has ruined a lot of game development, I feel. It's bread. But I'm not really hungry, so I guess I don't need to worry about it. There's a flyer. Crispy toasted bread right to your very door. Everything's on sale. Helen's Bakery. No prices. Okay. There we go. You got a pair of tongs. Whee! Alright. I gotta say, I'm really appreciating that, we had a scare today with my internet, but everything's holding up pretty well. I could knock on wood, but I am tempting fate today. Alright. God, those stump sound effects are so good. Yeah, my tiny baby arms can't reach it. You got key taken with tongs. My bestsellers. It's a bookstore. Let's go. Ah! As you can see, the numb bodies are not exactly threatening. Team Silent certainly does feel special in that regard. Supposedly, Team Silent was formed by rejected Konami employees that were outcast from other projects. That is the case. Like, it really was just kind of, Resident Evil made money, we want to make a Resident Evil clone, get a bunch of like, the Wii fuckers from failed projects to work on it, you know? That's kind of like the origin of Silent Hill 1, of that game's legendary development. Speaking of legendary, missing books. What do I have in my books? Shakespeare Anthology 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh boy. Okay, so... I love these little fellas. Hell yeah. So let's talk about the Shakespeare puzzle. So, Silent Hill 3's hard puzzle difficulty is kind of infamous for how obtuse the puzzles got. And this is probably the most famous example. And this one is easy. We're just gonna, like, examine... Oh, there's numbers on the spines. Whoa. So, let's just do it on easy. Whoa, numbers on spine, oh my god. Does it line up? Nope. Does this line up? Nope. Does this line up? Yes. Nope. Let's see. That can't be right. So that's gotta be the first one. I will simply play the puzzle on baby mode. 5 in 1 swap. Yeah, 1 minute here. I was trying to like get the description of the Shakespeare puzzle. Okay. Good to see you're still working. I wouldn't say still working. This is mostly just like, how do I put this? There we go. Nope. I meant to do this and this. There we go. 3052. Okay. So let's talk about the Shakespeare puzzle on hard. So what you need is to understand the individual books, which play they are. So Macbeth, Romeo and Juliet, I think King Lear is one of them, Henry V, things like that. So you need to have a working knowledge of the Shakespeare plays to read a poem on the door, 3052. Let's try not to forget. To read a poem. Right here. So the poem is on easy, is real easy. Fair is foul and foul is fair. Put these books in order. Put these books out of order. Easy. 3052 mind. Okay, so this is like relatively simple. This is nothing. On hard mode, you need to have a working knowledge of all the anthology Shakespeare collections to get a poem that describes different scenes of the different Shakespeare plays that account to numbers. That account to, I think, an 8-digit number sequence. So of that 8-digit number sequence, you need to decipher how to add, subtract, multiply, and divide each of the numbers based on if someone is killed or added to a scene in the description in the poem. And when you add or subtract those numbers together of that 8-number sequence, you get the 4-number sequence that is the password. Confused yet? Never play this game on hard. So before the next scene, let's flip our page here. Also, welcome, Wes. We are making... Let's watch a cutscene. Oh, wait, yeah, I forgot.
Hey, wait, what's going on? Where is everybody? Those weird monsters?
They have come to witness the beginning. The rebirth of paradise, despoiled by mankind.
What are you talking about?
Don't you know? Your power is needed.
How should I know?
I am Claudia.
So what?
Remember me, and your true self as well. Also, that which you must become. The one who will lead us to paradise with blood-stained hands.
Claudia, right? Did you do all this?
It was the hand of God.
I don't get it. What does she want me to remember?
Damn, Heather's literally me when someone mentions Dead Rising around me. Joke's on you, fucker. This is the mall level. Enjoy. Zoomer when no Subway Surfers and they have to talk to somebody. Yeah, Silent Hill 3's hard puzzles are pretty tough. And, like, they're all... In Silent 2, they're pretty tough as well. But that Shakespeare puzzle is genuinely baffling. Whoever thought of that as an actual sociopath? So, let's talk about that scene quickly. I want to just put another little bookmark that we can't discuss yet. Seen an annoying trend yet? I am. The fact that this is the first time that Heather has these full body convulsions and pains when she's meeting Claudia for the first time. I think that's very interesting. We're going to get to that going forward, but that's a fascinating decision in the game. So, this is, in my opinion, where Silent Hill's use of uncanny voice acting went from happy accident in the first 2 games to 100% intentional in 3. Heather and Douglas talk like people. Claudia talks like an absolute freak. She's intentionally presented this way. And I feel like this is the moment that it really became strong. And what the scene does, though, from, like, this whole, like, hallway, facing each other at opposite ends and such, the way that Heather is dressed, like, in, like, much more, like, open and casual compared to, like, the fully professional, covered-up Claudia, looking like she's, like, essentially, like, a Mennonite Hellraiser reject. I think it really does set up these 2 characters as foils very well, immediately. So Heather's modern, Claudia's old-fashioned. Heather's speaking casually, emotionally, off the cuff from the heart. Claudia is formal and just maintains this deadpanned, uptight attitude the entire time. Heather has absolutely no answers in the situation, and Claudia, at least, seems like she has all of them. Claudia is the literal... Oh, okay. I will not say more of the Claudia analysis, because we'll get to more Claudia as we go. I think she's I think Claudia is actually a very underrated character. A very underrated villain. But we'll talk about more of Claudia, unfortunately, probably in day 2. Oh, this is making me suffer. But this is also the moment where Heather's poor memory goes from a little character detail in the phone call and the first save point to an explicit plot point. So we'll get to that. Now unfortunately, I don't think the textures are going to be clear enough on the stream compression, but you can read the signs. And the signs actually have some interesting things. So you got Boutique A, quote unquote. Lumber room. Like, very weird descriptions. Some of these are intentional, though, so we'll get to it. Like, cafe terminal, I think. Whatever. But we'll get to the first one that is interesting is here. What? Listen to that fucking chanting. God, this game's music's so cool. So what this one says, it's very hard to see, but this one says Yggdrasil. So what we went over in Silent Hill 2 especially is that a lot of the sort of like spiritual and religious imagery in Silent Hill is a mishmash grab. And we'll talk about more about why I personally think that is when we do a little recap over why things are the way they are in Silent Hill, as I'll like re-explain over my big dumb unifying theory from Silent Hill 2. But specifically for the Yggdrasil example, for those not aware, Yggdrasil is the Norse world tree connecting each of the different realms. This can apply to Silent Hill pretty explicitly with how there are different realms laid on top of each other. Spoilers 1 and 2, and for more of this going forward, where you have the real world, which is like analogous to our real waking life, that that the cast live within. You have the fog world, where it becomes the foggy, overcast town, alone with maybe a couple other people and a shitload of monsters. And then the other world, which is just the hell dimension, where everything goes to shit. So the connection to Yggdrasil of the world tree, pretty obvious for Silent Hill. Less obvious is this one, the Nornen. So the Nornen, or the Norns, are also part of Norse mythology here. I apologize, Dune. I think Claudia is an interesting character too. I was just saying she's a good antagonist to hate too. Oh no, like Claudia is like a very hateable character, but we'll talk more about what I gotta say about Claudia as we go. And day 3 especially, we'll do like the full Claudia deep dive. But, so for the Nornen, or the Norns, they're 3 deities who sit at the foot of Yggdrasil, who spin the threads of fate and destiny. Specifically, I want to point out again, there's 3 of them. There's 3 of the Nornen, and each of them represent past, present, and future. 3 things representing past, present, and future. We'll talk about that on day 3. As well, remember? Teacup Ride opening, save point, circles of 3 combined. Once again, we're getting that. And also, I apologize, but you're going to be hearing way more of that. We'll explain that on day 2 or 3. Let's continue. Oh, emulator, don't fail me now. There are no buttons for the elevator. There's no way to open this door. Such a good sequence. A radio? What the hell is this doing falling down from the ceiling? Anyway, I guess that explains the static from just before. But all it's picking up is static. I wonder if it's broken. So before I forget, let's turn the radio off. I know the radio is a bit of iconography for the franchise. I think for our sake, it's just going to be easier as a listening experience to turn the thing off. Obviously, it doesn't make a difference here because this is mostly a cutscene, but I digress. Going forward, I think it's just going to be better for a listening experience to have it off. There we go.
Is this a dream? It's gotta be. Not even a kid could believe in this. When am I going to wake up?
More of that rotating fan imagery. Cyclic. But also, if you remember, rotating fans were a very common image in Silent Hill 1, and we're seeing a return of that. But I think one of the things that is like most explicit from that sequence, and to a lesser degree the closer introduction, is the fact that Silent Hill 3, as we went over, is a much more in-your-face, visceral experience than 2 especially, well, 2 especially, but also 1. So, let's talk about the 3 different Silent Hill games and their approach to horror. So, with Silent Hill 1, it really leaned into that occult and demonic style of horror. But more explicitly, I think it leans into that surrealist. Silent Hill 1, more than any other game in the series, really is kind of like a nightmare simulator. Things just sort of happen, you go in and out of consciousness, things change around you. It very much, more than any other game in the series, it really operates on that dream logic. Silent Hill 2 obviously is pure psychological horror, and is really the reason why we're still getting, like, kind of shitty rip-offs of it 20 years later. Actually, fuck, like, probably, like, yeah, 23 years later, shit. Speaking of Heather having more overt personality, her description of the Ampoule healing item is great. This is the stuff. Yeah, let's look at it. This is the stuff. It'll wipe out all the pain and help me recover my strength. It's full of nutrition and should help me recover at least a little bit of my strength. I love the set design of this game. Like you entering doorways and passages that chills down my spine. Yeah, it's just creepy as hell. This game's awesome. But what is the defining horror of Silent Hill 3? Well, this is when Team Silent decided to tackle body horror. So what is body horror? Well, I mean, basically, if you want shorthand, body horror is David Cronenberg and the Fly remake. The works of David Cronenberg as a whole, but the Fly remake is like the big famous one. But for a more complete definition, if you will allow me to go full egghead here for a moment, body horror revels in grandiosity, a celebration of flesh as it finds strength in the way it goes against what is considered normal anatomy and function in biological species, not limited to human. This is from Mutations and Metamorphoses, Body Horror is Biological Horror. Good article, actually. It sounds gross, but it's actually a pretty enjoyable read. Despite all three focusing on different aspects of horror, the one connecting thread of Silent Hill is how the horror or the phenomenon encountered by the player character reflects them, or at least a character in the story. Of course, Heather would love an ampoule, Dave. She's been addicted. She's been addicted to meth for years. Listen, okay? She put that past behind her. Past is the past. She's only addicted to American Spirits and Marlboro Reds now. And Pall Malls. So, let's talk about what I call the dream of Silent Hill. So, the big question always is if anything is real in these games, or if it's all in the protagonist's head. The answer is kind of both. At least in my opinion. Once again, gonna put up here, pure speculation. This is all me pulling stuff from my ass. But Silent Hill is, quote-unquote, a dream in the sense that the town of Silent Hill itself, or the entities residing there, however you want to phrase it, is using people's psyches against them, filtering their hang-ups, traumas, and personal bullshit, all through its own nightmare logic and designs, to create their own personalized nightmare. Essentially, like, there is a spiritual presence in Silent Hill, but it changes the way it's perceived and depicted depending on who it's feeding off of at the time. Like, a person needs to be essentially the host of the nightmare, so to speak, to complete the circuit. And as we went over, there's the whole multiple realities layered on top of each other. You got the real world, which they can't really interact with the town of Silent Hill or the entities of Silent Hill, however you want to put it. The fog world, where they can, and then finally where we're at right now, the other world, which is unique to the psyche of whoever the town is leeching off of. For this term, we'll call the person that the town is leeching off of for its nightmare, for its monster and nightmare world imagery, we'll call them the Dreamer. So, the question though is why? Why the fuck would the town do this? What's its actual, like, you can't just say, oh, it's evil, it does it, or, mystery, because, that's lame. I think there's actually a very simple explanation for it, and it ties back to one of Silent Hill's #1 inspirations, David Lynch, and specifically the show of Twin Peaks. Why does the town do this? Why is it feeding, or, leeching off of people's nightmares and trauma and bullshit? Food. The town just feeds off a negative emotion and shit, and triggers it by symbolically representing what would bring the host of the nightmare the most inner turmoil. Essentially just milking them for what they're worth. In the show Twin Peaks, light spoilers for it, there's sort of a similar thing going on with the Fog World, Otherworld things, with the White Lodge and the Black Lodge, or just the Lodge, where sort of these entities reside that take different forms depending on who's perceiving them at the time, or possessing people to interact with the real world, quote unquote. So the motivation of the Lodge is to feed off of what the show calls Garmonbozia, which is inner turmoil, pain, and suffering. If you go back to a lot of classical occult thought that David Lynch, when he was really high back in the 90s, was really into, that's really what they're taking the concept from, because that's a very common, occult, paranormal idea. You see that today with like the Newkirks if you want to get real ghost fuckers with it. But that's sort of the general gist of what Silent Hill is. Like, why is it doing it? Why is it presenting these things? It just fucking eats it. It's its own organism and communicates in its own way. You could also say the same thing for another unintentional influence, the Soviet film Solaris. But we did that in Silent Hill too, so no point going back to that. Let me flip my notebook over, because we're gonna read more. Oh boy. So, kind of my evidence for this, of the idea of it being kind of like a living nightmare that is both real and its own world kind of thing, comes from the official Silent Hill 1 strategy guide. So I think I've read this in like all 3 of the streams, so let's go forward. For the sake of convenience, this will be referred to as the right side and the reverse side in this book. In the same way that a person normally repeats REM, that's rapid eye movement sleep, and non-REM sleep in regular cycles while he or she is sleeping, when the nightmare world approaches a deeper darkness, sleep, a phenomenon occurs in which light is almost completely taken away and the world shifts into an even deeper nightmare as the cycle shifts again. First of all, I just want to say, another mention of the word cycle. Interesting. As for the right side and the reverse side, in short, it isn't that one is reality and one is a dream. The fact is that neither is reality. That is from the Silent Hill Shiki guidebook, Kazeban. So we can analyze a lot of the imagery of this game with some basic dream analysis, which is like an outdated, probably bullshit field of pseudoscience, but it's fun, so we're gonna do it. So there's 3 steps that we're going to be adhering to when trying to interpret the symbolism of Silent Hill 3, as we've done for 1 and 2. Number 1, individuals ruminate on and process things from daily life in dreams. Number 2, the language of dreams is symbols. Essentially, what holds relevancy to the dreamer and what is symbolically reflective of their day-to-day life. Number 3, we're going to treat the dream as if it's factual and logical, even though it really makes no goddamn sense. So, let's move on. The bed is stained dark red. Whose blood is this? Is there someone here apart from that woman? So, will it tell us where we are? No labels. But we can probably assume from like all the drugs and stuff we got from here, this was the nursing station. And what we're seeing is a bed with a lot of spilled blood going to the foot of it. We'll talk more about this imagery later, but it's going to be recurring. Let's save the game. This again. Looking at it makes my head hurt, but at the same time, it's like so familiar. I know I've forgotten something really important, but I also have the feeling that I'd be better off not remembering it. For the record, I warned you all, this was going to be me at my most insufferable. This is going to be true peak autism. Moving forward. Hey, it's a dog. Obviously, we're in the dream world at the moment. Yeah, like, look at this shit. I love the Silent Hill 3 trilogy's style of commentary on religious cults and the occult. I think it's done really well. I agree. We'll talk especially more about like some of the religious stuff going forward. Oh, this sequence is great. This is like, okay, you want to talk about good lighting in this game? This is so good. Warning, when leaving the room, be sure to turn out the lights. It'll be obvious when they're not switched off. There's a light switch. It's on right now. Did you turn it off the light? What? This is a really good puzzle. That's such a good... Oh, it's so good. Oh, this game is so good. Alright, let's go. Man. Let's go to the little girl's room. We need to grab this. Bleach. Underrated Nirvana album. Is it better than Nevermind? I don't know. Oh, someone's still in there? Oh, occupied. Oh well. It's soaking with blood. But there's no one here. Did someone respond, or is it just me? Well, so this is the women's washroom, and, let's just say someone did not have a very good day here. It's full of filthy, muddy water. Looks like something's stopping it. Will you move the blockage? There's no bleach on easy. There's no bleach on easy, but also I think it's like, it removes one of my favorite dumb cutscenes in the game, so fuck that. We're playing on normal. We need it. Yeah, someone had a bad time.
Oh, forget it. This is way too gross. Who would even think of doing something so disgusting?
Who on earth? That's for anyone who does not remember. If you have a Silent Hill 2 save file on your memory card, then you get this scene of Heather saying how disgusting it is to reach your hand in a toilet, which is a reference to James going whole fucking hog, not even rolling the sleeve of his coat up, sticking his hand into a big old shit toilet. This game is these games are a treat, man. So I will say one thing I do appreciate, that outside of like obviously like token bits like the pizza scene from and the dog ending of 2, like Silent Hill 3 is definitely the one that has the most sense of humor about itself. Yeah, somebody had a bad time in there. They pizzaed when they should have french fried. Peak autism. Having some peak autism here too. I'm just saying, like, I am like alright, let's try on. Can we go in here? I forget. Okay, no, it's another area we can go into the men's washroom. But I'm just saying, whoop. Ha, juke and jive. I love how judgmental Heather is in this scene. Like, everything about the characterization of Heather is fantastic. We got a coat hanger. Once we get to discussing the plot of the game, this is as subtle as a rock to the balls. Got Bulletproof Vest. So the Bulletproof Vest reduces damage, but we're honestly not going to use that. It slows down your running too much. And really, mobility is the most important thing when it comes to avoiding damage in this game, I feel. I love this part. The toilet bit is so good. Onward! Jesus, I forget how huge the closer is. Yeah, Heather's face is hilarious in that scene. It's so good. Do. What's this? Well, do have something. Aw, man. I'm just realizing, like, we're an hour and a half in, we haven't even beaten them all, and we're on page 6 of, I think, 43 pages for my stream outline. Oh, boy. I recently played Silent Hill 3 a month or two ago, and yeah, I was surprised how much the vest slows you down running. You're better without it. The defense boost is good, but specifically for the tougher boss fights, like the final boss, it's just not worth it. Because, like, the issue with the final boss has nothing to do with damage as much as it does with mobility. And just not being fast enough to dodge certain attacks is, like, it's a problem. That part's the reason why I love Silent Hill 3. Yeah, it's like, that's part of the reason is that this game has, it still does tackle heavy subject matter, but its sense of humor is really strong. Why would something like this be here? This isn't a hospital. The sense of humor in Silent Hill 3 is, like, really strong. Ugh, girl saying daddy. Take it from me, avoid one of those. Anyway, let's save our game in the TV set. But, that is interesting. Static on the TV screen appears to be someone in distress, and you hear what it sounds like a child's voice saying, Daddy. Huh. Interesting. Whoop. I got a walnut. This is a good-sized walnut from the jeweler showcase. Something's rattling around inside, but I can't open it with my bare hands. My weak baby hands cannot open the walnut. Oh no. There was a nice silver ring in here last time I came. Bummer it's gone, huh? Little shit like that is why Heather's such a great character. Like, even in this situation, she's like, man, kinda sucks I can't shoplift. What a great fucking protagonist. Oh, wait, no, I forgot. This is not where we want to go. Uh-oh. There goes the Cheerios. Alright, let's get ourselves back on track. So we're gonna have to waste some bullets. So let's get our gun out. There's a section I'm gonna want to have enemy-free coming up very soon. Whoop. Oh, running away, running away. Woman grip. My tiny baby arms cannot open the walnut. Oh no. I can't wait to open and eat the walnut. I'm hungry. Oh, that's an even grosser. That's also a gross toilet. Ew. God, it feels like every surface in this game, like, I've played this game like 6 times in preparation for the stream, start to finish, but I'm like, I shouldn't be impressed by it still. But goddamn, every surface in this looks like you get tetanus if you fucking touched it. It's awesome. Alright, where is it? Did I do it right? Oh? It's a gross toilet. When you gotta go, you gotta go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's not what I wanted. Alright, where's that dog? There it is! ATF, open up! Oh, Wes, you are trying to give me an aneurysm. I love how they stole that design for the Siams in Homecoming. Oh, it's, I will say one thing about the Siams, is that if that was, like, a Hellraiser game or The Suffering, that's actually a pretty good design. Alright, so we're gonna want to save ammo now, because this thing takes a lot to put down. This thing, slow as shit. Welcome to London, bitch. I'm at work for 2 more hours, just saying happy streams to you. Thanks for popping in, Default. Honestly, you know what? I was nervous, but it's good to be back, man. I think the Siams and the Hammerhead monsters could have been cool in a different game. I agree. Oh, right in the dick. Well, I guess got in the cooch, because this thing's like wearing a dress, but, you know, whatever. Eat it. Eat it. I will say, if we're talking, like, just Homecoming designs, in my opinion, the strongest designs for Homecoming are the bosses. All of the boss designs are, like, really cool, actually. We're so back. We're so back, bros! This is it! This is the comeback! I would ask a question about the game, Doomed, but I'm worried it will get into spoiler territory. I remember seeing a video from Mega Bears fan about Silent Hill 3's early development and what it almost became. It was about themes in the game's set design. I'm saying, ask ahead, and if it is spoilers, then, like, I'll screen cap it and we can talk about it when it's, like, not spoilers. But if it's for, like, an unfinished Silent Hill 3 build, and if it's about what I think it is, then I don't think it's spoilers. Little Joey Bartlett and his Sepulcher. Honestly, Sepulcher's a good design. Like, the idea of, like, kid buried alive fuses with tree. Like, it's the ending of a Stephen King-based movie that I can't say because it's spoilers. But if you know, you know. Johnny Depp's in it. But honestly, like, all the monster designs in Homecoming, like, the monster designs are kind of whatever, and, like, some of them are kind of shit. Especially when they're just blatantly ripping off Silent Hill 2. But the boss designs are, like, really strong in that game, actually. Like, Scarlet's awesome. Asphyxia, awesome. Oh god, what's the name? Amnion, the Spider Mom thing, awesome. I don't think they're good Silent Hill monster designs, but they're fucking sick looking. So let's look. What is this? Barbecue dog? Who the hell would make something like this? Furthermore, who the hell would eat it? There's something in the dog's stomach. Got a code key. There's nothing else to worry about here, other than who the hell is sick enough to do something like this, that is. Did I mention, you know, I think knowledge, it's public knowledge, but I think it bears repeating. This game was made by the Japanese. Who the hell would eat something like this? Old habits die hard, I guess. Okay, so now that we're here, I'm gonna steal this point from Acer Aesthetics in his Silent Hill 3 commentary about the Silent Hill wiki and why you cannot use it as a source of information. When he said, not him, but what the wiki said is the symbolism of the closer enemy is that the closer represents mall shoppers and their big heavy arms there, like those things right there. That represents bags that shoppers carry around. And the big mouth, the big swirling mouth thing, is because shoppers do nothing but talk and consume. And the dress is because most shoppers are actually women. Bro, so fucking deep. Like, there's more than one reason you can't use Silent Hill wiki. The foreskin thing is the tip of the fucking iceberg. Like, I will give credit where credit is due. I have gone back to the wiki since like Silent Hill got revived last year, and I guess like 2022 now. And they have done their level best, the new moderating staff, to like clean it up. To just the facts, ma'am. No, less bullshit. They're doing their best to clean it up, but you still get remnants of the old days with like comments about this shit. Mall shoppers is the fucking mall shoppers is the symbolism of the really. What a fucking disgrace. Like, I try not to, like, talk too much shit about other people. And, like, obviously, like, this game's, like, open to interpretation. But, like, Jesus. That's, like, satire normal talk. No, dude, unless they've finally gotten rid of that, go to the Silent Hill wiki, look at the closer article. It should be in, like, the bottom section. These are the same people that would defend Silent Hill 4. They are! That's the best part! We are so freaking back, bros. We are. Ah! Mall shopper! I used cookie. Oh, okay then. But yeah, Music Head Tomboy. If you want to ask the questions, go ahead. I'm ready. Like, if it's a spoiler, like, I can just, like, screen cap it and we'll talk about it later. How many times have you been brutally attacked by a woman with shopping bags? Listen, okay, it's Black Friday. I got a steel pipe. Let's use the steel pipe from now You know, it's weird. I was thinking about this the other day. If it was like a human self-defense situation, I'd rather have a knife. But if it's like animals or like monsters like this, I'd rather have the pipe. Even though it's less effective. I don't know why. It's like, just keep it away. Like, I just want to give it like a, just poke them. Oh yeah, that's gotta be an issue going forward. So with the emulation, the big issue I'm noticing is that I'm not holding the attack prompt right now. It's just stuck this way. So I gotta like double tap it to get out of it sometimes. But only like sometimes. So that's gonna screw me over in certain sections of the game. Because the Black Friday sales on time, I never buy anything, but finding people for stuff is just too much fun. Hell yeah. Basically, Mega Bears fan made a theory speculated about Silent Hill 4's themes were going to be about sexual assault, womanhood, and abortion due to the theme, set design, and Heather's character arcs throughout the game. I obviously won't get into it too much for this game's meaning and symbolism, but I think for the original Silent Hill 3, the pitch that like split the team and caused oh, I forget his name all the time, but Takeyoshi Sato, who caused Takeyoshi Sato to like kind of leave Silent Hill 3's production and go do his own thing, which is work in the Nintendo mines, is that I 100% believe when they said the original pitch was it was too dark, that this was going to be like too dark for the team. I completely believe it was going to be something about like blatant sexual assault rather than implicit with Angela, which, even though to be fair, in playing Silent Hill 2, everything with Angela it's like, if you didn't understand, you didn't read the writing on the fucking, you didn't read the room, literally, at one point, like. But I do think it was going to be far more explicit for the original Silent Hill 3 pitch, and I can definitely see, if that is the case, why most of the team wanted to swerve away from that. Because Silent Hill does tackle dark subject matter. I personally think that would have been too much. I think that would have gone into too much of a territory where I don't know if I would have necessarily trusted them at that time to do it. I think the way Silent Hill 3 does its themes of womanhood and female-tinged horror is much more subtle, which is, again, it sounds weird coming from me because I've been accusing this game of being as subtle as a rock to the balls, but the way it portrays fears of womanhood, fears of growing up, fears of maturity is far more subtle than what I think that original pitch would have been. And I do believe, I haven't seen Mega Bear Fan's video, but I completely agree with him. That sounds good. His son was Kevin throwing a brick at Marv's head. But yeah, it's that I feel like that would have been too much. And I'm glad they went the direction they did. And also, like, I hope I didn't spoil too much of this going forward, but growing up, female-tinged fears and womanhood are going to be big ideas in Silent Hill 3. Like, it's not spoilers, but fuck it, let's just get that out of the way. Those are going to be big things in the game. So here's another big thing. It's another cyclic image. Huh. Whole lot of these lately. I also just want to point out how awesome the lighting is again. Look at that shit. This came out in 2003. Incredible. Huh. So you have 3 smaller rotating fans, and 1 bigger one in the room, a 4th bigger one. Where have we seen that before? I don't know. The fan has no symbolism, it's just to improve airflow. SMH my head. I mean, you joke, but that is also part of it. We'll see in a second here. Ah! I'm not going any further. It's creepy and dangerous to boot. There's gotta be a way. I can't, well, stab them one by one. some insecticide to do the trick. Once again, though, like, this is repeating that fan symbolism was all over Silent Hill 1. It was everywhere in that game. And we're seeing a lot of it again in 3. Just want to point out, also, speaking of Silent Hill 1 symbolism, and 2 for that matter, moths. So what is preventing her progression here? It's a swarm of butterflies and or moths. This was extremely common in Silent Hill 1 and 2, and if we remember, in those games, it represented rebirth, reincarnation, and the beginning of a new life. When paired with the fan rotating symbolism, I just want you to keep these ideas in mind. Cycles, rotations, and creatures symbolizing rebirth and renewal. Well, let's fuck their rebirth, why don't we? I guarantee for a remake they push having ray tracing over subtle lighting hues. I hope that God that 2 remake bombs. I think it's gonna do well, but they're never gonna do a Silent Hill 3 remake. They're never gonna do one. The only reason they're doing 2 remake is because Silent Hill 2 is the poster child of the entire franchise. If you're interested, Doomed, I can link you the video to his video if you have Discord. I actually do have Discord. 1 second here. Let me... sorry, Omi. I gotta go. Peace out, Dave. No worry, man. But I actually do have Discord. 1 second here. Let me take off my friends block. Because... I had issues with random people adding me and being weird. Do. Okay, there we go. I will type my Discord username, since I can now accept friends, for the rest of the stream at least. Do. There we go. I will do it just for the stream, and I will answer once we get back, because, obviously, we have business. Let's make it live so I know that everything's working again. Huzzah! Sorry for this little incursion. This will be cut in post when we make these watchable videos. Let's kill these fucking bugs. Oh, there's a vent. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot the most important bit of symbolism. If the game wasn't about abortion, I didn't say the game wasn't. I'm just saying I think it's subtle. Speaking of good lighting, look at this shit. We turned it off. I just says, like, I think this game's how it handles its themes, even though a lot of it is very on the nose, it's more subtle than what I think that original Silent Hill 3 pitch would have been. Thank you, Dean. No worries, Tomboy. 1 moment here. Combine, use. This is great. I fucking love that. Ah, it's fun. I'm a scientist. The 2 best friends. If you ever seen 2 Best Friends, Matt's reaction's fucking hilarious. Bam! Lights on, lights going. God, that's so cool. And now we're allowed in. So, I want to say one thing that is kind of interesting about this. Just to kind of keep in mind for what I think is part of my overall final thoughts take on the game. So, there is a larger cycle and 3 smaller cycles. The larger cycle controls all of them. Heather has to stop the cycle and kill a symbol of rebirth, the moth, to progress. But the only way to progress after that is to restart the cycle. Restart the cyclic movement. Huh. All 3 too. Interesting. Alright, let's just keep that in mind going forward. That's something we'll discuss in end of part 2, all of part 3. Thank you, man. No worries. If the friend request went through, if it went through, you can also like post your Discord here, and I will try to add it when I remember how to accept friend requests. If it didn't work, then that's my bad. You can post here to like screen cap it, and we can just like do that. But let's go forward. Bleach and ammonia should work. Oh god, my eyes! I don't know why that whole animation just cracks me up so bad. Up. Bye. Right, my bad, dude. Yeah, no worries. Like, as long as, like, I didn't screw it up, because, like, I have forgotten how to accept friends on Discord, because I have not felt the need to. But I like hanging out with cool people. Alright, let's check this out. So, in here, we see what my bedroom looks like. This is what we call Doom's Sexnasium. Let's save the game. This pattern looks like it could have been drawn in blood. I bet it's some sort of cursed symbol. No wonder my head hurts and I feel so awful when I look at it. So here's where we're going to get to be a little immature, but it actually leads somewhere. So what we have is obviously a human symbol, a human silhouette, probably of like blood, on a torture rack. Guys will see this refurbishings and think, hell yes. Hell yes. There's a sort of vice here. And you got a vice. And we have a walnut. Examine it. Something's rattling around inside, but I can't open it with my bare hands. Well, so we have a vice. We take a nut, and we crack it open, and we get a pale white stone. No nut in the walnut shell, just a jewel. We got the moonstone. It's just a type of jewel, not really from the moon. It was inside the walnut somehow. So we got a pale white stone. Nut! Hey, what you doing? I'm playing nut. PSP, it's a nut. You can play outside. Oh god, we're in hell again. We'll talk about those, like, awful sounding enemies later. Oh god, it never ends! We'll talk more about them later, but they're rough. One thing I want to point out, though, is how much more intricate the environment is. These are all layers that are all one section, as we will see later. Front row. Get over here. No problem, dude. Thank you. Yeah, I think I did get your request. Once we're done the stream and I can like go on my phone without having to like double check my stream, I will be able to accept. So, hooray! It worked. I think it's right here. Yes. Whee! Alright, let's go upstairs. So, this is the reason why I want to clear this area, because there's a lot to discuss in this room, strangely enough. So, we have a door, puzzle, and a symbol. What is that? That's the save symbol we've been seeing. But not quite. It is the same symbol, but this one's blue instead of red, like a very dark navy blue. We'll talk more about this in part 3. We'll talk about this, but I think this is one of the most blink and you'll miss it details in the game that I really appreciate. It's very interesting. But let's talk about this. Got a crescent moon, a stone hole in front of the moon, and a poem. Let's read it. It's locked. The door has a red crescent and a round dent. I get that. I like meeting other fans of games about that, about games I like, so I like giving them videos I find interesting online about a particular video game. Hell yeah, man. Now, I am something of a Silent Hill head, more of a horror game head in general, because Silent Hill kind of like shat the bed, but you know, what are you gonna do? Something's written here in the same color red. Piling up the 300th day and night from beyond the door, cries of pain are heard. And the final destination has become real, though not a blessed beginning. So, the solution to this is use the moonstone on the door. So, it is a pale white stone we got from cracking open a nut that we put into a door about how the 300th day and night piles up where cries of pain are heard, and it is not a blessed beginning. Not a blessed beginning. I think, I'm just like hammering it in, but I think the obvious symbolism here is this is about a failed pregnancy. 300th day and night, it's like kind of like around the 9-month mark, cries of pain of birth, but it's not a blessed beginning because dies in birth. It's a failed pregnancy. And the fact that the failed pregnancy symbol is in relation to a blue version of the save symbol is interesting, and is a very blink and you miss it detail that we can't talk about until the 3rd day. Can you see why this script was so frustrating for me to write? Anyway. Yeah, nut in the door! Hear me out. Signalis in depth when? Honestly, I was thinking never, but you know, it won't be to the same level of research and work, but fuck it, man. Like, I'm actually feeling this again. I'm feeling these kind of streams. Signalis in depth, maybe Halloween. Fuck it. Have fun. So you hear the monsters. Where are they? Where are they? Well, what's really interesting is if we can get a good camera angle. Can't quite see them, but they are down there. And if you get a good angle, you can actually see... There it is. See him walking in now. This room is rendered entirely in real time. All levels of it. Now, that's not that impressive now, but in 2003, for a PlayStation 2 game, for a team like 50, that's fucking wild. Like, Silent Hill 3 was really them firing on all cylinders to show this is what we can achieve. And I really appreciate about this game. Let's equip the gun. We got decent resources. I still need to play Signalis. It's not for everyone. It's got a lot of like growing pain issues, but Signalis is like the best. It's not the best, but it's my favorite game I've played in years. I have a framed picture of art of it on my wall in my office. I fucking love it. I adore the game so much. It was just like, it was the right breath of fresh air of like, this is the exact kind of bullshit I need right now for a video game. I heard that game was good, I want to play it. Okay. Here's a got Tomboy. If you like Silent Hill, you owe it to yourself to play Signalis. It's not exactly the same. Not exactly the same, but it was the breath of fresh air I absolutely needed undefeated at the time it came out. I adore that game. This is the Splithead Worm. Okay, so let's just talk about it right now, because this boss fight's actually really easy and simple, but... just want to let that soundtrack cook for a second, because goddamn, Yamaoka killed it with this game. God, it's so awesome. Yeah, let's not beat around the bush here. This monster's a penis. This is a giant penis. Like, let's not mix our fucking metaphors. Like, it's got a foreskin that you pull back for a big head. It goes in and out of holes. Like, watch this. Like, it goes in and out of holes. Like... that's a fucking penis. That's exactly what the monster is. So, outside of the obvious phallic symbolism here, this is also a callback to the first boss fight in Silent Hill 1, the split head lizard demon thing. And I just kind of want to point out right here, notice how often I'm bringing up the callbacks to Silent Hill 1. The amount of times this game has been referencing. It, like, the only things that 2 is really had that this is pulled from have been gags or character models that they're reusing pretty much because of budget restrictions, which we'll get to in day 2 of this. But Silent Hill 1 really is the template that a lot of the symbolism, and, well, not less so symbolism so far, but more so the imagery is pulling from. The other world of Silent Hill 1. Monster designs, like the Splithead Worm, Silent Hill 1. Symbolism in the case of, like, moths and rotating fans, Silent Hill 1. Like, I really want to plant that seed of how much this game is referencing it. So, I want to also take the time here for the Splithead Worm, which, again, another thing Ito has nothing to say on, that is Masahiro Ito, the art director of Silent Hill 2, and worked on the art of 3. He had, like, very little say on the design of this. But that's because he didn't design this. And especially when it comes to the numb body, which, as we went over earlier, Ito said meant literally nothing, but as you can infer in terms of symbolism, probably is really obvious what it means. It just kind of begs the question, why is Ito so dismissive of certain aspects of this game? And the answer is, he didn't do a lot of it. There's a lot of monsters and pieces of art direction that Ito had absolutely nothing to do with, and I don't think it's a coincidence that the things that he didn't touch are the things he says were meaningless. So, just something to think about. But, yeah, do I have anything more to say on this? One moment here. Let me turn the page here. We are only on page 8 of 43. Oh, God. So, I can understand a little bit, though, with especially the fact that I think everyone can admit that I like Silent Hill 1, but they perfected a lot of elements of Silent Hill as an IP in 2. And I can see why he would dismiss certain elements of the art direction of this game, because Masahiro's art philosophy is that all enemies or monsters in the Silent Hill setting should evoke the human form specifically. Like, you shouldn't have something completely abstract, completely monstrous, and totally out there. And you can tell the ones that he has designed for this game, you always can tell, because they follow that design principle, where they are entirely organic, humanoid evoking creatures. So, make of that what you will, but that is Ito and his philosophy, and we're just gonna go shoot a penis to death, alright? Bam! Like, look at this thing go. That is a dick. No subtlety. No subtlety at all. Not gonna lie, dude, I think this game is definitely about womanhood and growing up. Look how much blood there is. I know TMI, but like every detail about this is centered around the female MC. What I will say is I 100% agree with you, and we're gonna get to that. We will get specifically into that going forward. There's other aspects I think that this game is about, and there's a reason why I'm touching on a lot of cycles imagery, but I think a lot of the informed character decisions that we will... what informs the two real lead characters here of Heather and Claudia as foils for each other is about ideas relating to womanhood and growing up. And that's really where I feel like the game and its writing is at its strongest. And we'll talk about that. And I hate saying that we're going to talk about it because I guarantee it's going to be in day 2 and 3. It's going to be tomorrow and Saturday. Like, those are the days! Yeah, the boss has gone limp. That boss lasted less than a minute, just like me. Ha ha ha! Oh god, I'm so inadequate. Alright, so let's reload. How many bolts I got? That's alright. That's not too bad. Alright, let's equip the steel pipe for a while, though. Do. I will definitely look into Signalis. Especially with, like, some of the more womanhood-based themes, you really might want to like you would like Signalis. There's a lot going on there. Very good game. The phone doesn't work. Well, we all have our hopes. Wish I could get a hold of Dad. I do like that detail that the more you examine, the more Heather's going to talk about her dad on certain specific things. And it's very interesting how it's like, usually you get like, oh, the father's like kind of a dickhead and piece of shit in a lot of media. But it's very interesting where it's like you get these very nice, wholesome moments where Heather's like genuinely missing her father. I like it. It's very nice. Oh, I should probably explain, because this is an item called beef jerky. So beef jerky is a game mechanic where you can lay it on the ground to like bait an enemy to that point, eat the jerky, and then you can just like shoot the enemy to death. It works like half the time. I appreciate what they were going for. Honestly, it's more of a pain in the ass than it's worth. We're not going to use beef jerky. This is where I was sleeping earlier. Hell, I might still be sleeping here. For all I know. I wish I were. Let's go save the game. Oop, get around the table. There we go. Screw it. I think we can save over that. I think that's fine. Man, I can go for a burger right now. Do.
Heather,
It's you.
what just happened?
You must be one of them.
What did I do? And what do you mean by one of them?
You're in on this with that Claudia, aren't you?
Claudia? What about her? She asked me to find you, that's all.
So you are one of them.
Claudia did all that? Look, I was just hired to find you. I'm not on anybody's side. I don't know anything about this. Why don't you start by telling me what happened here? And that monster. What the hell was that?
I don't know any more than you do. All I know is that things are getting really screwy around here, and I got a weird feeling it's got something to do with me. Maybe you're just an innocent bystander, but I can't feel sorry for you because you dragged me into this. You know, if you hadn't found me...
What are you talking about? What's so special about you anyway?
If I knew that, I wouldn't be so confused, would I? But I know there's something. Something I've been running from and forgot for a long time. How did I remember that?
What's wrong?
Nothing.
Where are you going?
I'm taking the subway home.
What should I do?
Hell if I know.
Okay, so that is our reuniting with Douglas. Definitely off on the wrong foot, but it's can't quite say he's an untrustworthy figure yet. Seems more like he's about as lost as we were. So one thing I do want to point out here, well, two things. One is, once again, Heather's memory issues brought to the forefront. Game really wants you to keep that in mind, so I'm going to also bring that up as well. Also want to look at this advertisement, because this is amazing. Weird that an adult's asking a teenage girl what to do. It's very weird. But look at this, growing strong and healthy. Minmo! Cat food Minmo! Aw, you can do it, Minmo. We believe in you. That's why I want to play Signalis. Once again, like, cannot sing that game's praises enough. Absolutely adore it. Like, I think it was like that and Omori were the two best games I've played in probably the last 5 years. Wait, no. It's that, Omori, DMC5, and I guess the Resident Evil 2 and 4 remakes. I quite enjoyed those Resident Evil remakes. And there's probably a bunch of other shit I'm forgetting. Isn't that one of the devs' cats? I think so. I think it's one of the devs' cats. I just love that advertisement so much. Hang in there, Minmo. But what I find interesting is a throwaway line from Douglas there. That monster. What the hell was that? So, if you remember Silent Hill 2, it's not a guarantee that every person will experience and see the same phenomenon. However, in Silent Hill 1, that was the case. So, because of that, we don't really know the rules that 3 is using for its use of the monster and symbolism, and who sees monsters and what that means. So, when Douglas is seeing monsters, and possibly the other world, is he seeing what Heather is seeing, or is it his own personal experience? I don't know. Well, I mean, I do have an idea. But, you know, for at this point, we don't know. And I do appreciate Silent Hill 3 kind of playing loose with some ideas from 1 and 2. Ha, I said I don't know, but I actually fucking know. Ha 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 ha! Ah ha ha! Alright, let's go here. There's a newspaper left on top of the ticket machine. Fatal accident at Hazel Street. At about 11 p.m. on the 4th, a man waiting on the platform at the Hazel Street station fell onto the tracks and was decapitated by the arriving St. Renata College bound train. The victim died instantly. While police have not yet determined whether the death was an accident or suicide, witnesses report that the victim did not look inebriated and seemed to jump off the platform deliberately. The victim's identity is still unknown. He was approximately 40 years old, 5 feet 10 inches tall, and was wearing a black jacket. This newspaper is 4 months old. What's it doing here now? I love Heather's determined and strong attitude. She's a badass. No, Heather's fucking great. Like, she's not quite Ellen Ripley, but you can see like the little bits of that spunk. Like, she's not Ellen Ripley because like she still has that vulnerability of she is just a kid at the end of the day, and obviously like this shit's still freaking her out. And I do appreciate that. It's like, just because Heather has an attitude, she's not like this invincible super person. She's a really great protagonist for a horror game that way. So, specifically about the subway jumper paper, this seems like a good opportunity to reiterate my theory on the notes in the Silent Hill games. More specifically, how, if basically, the way I put it when we were discussing the Dreamer and what the dream means, is I think the town is creating the phenomenon seen by the characters specifically to feed off of a host, who we will call the Dreamers, personals, turmoils, inner struggles, traumas, what have you. And is personally doing that to eat their negative emotion and discord. So, what's the point of this? Of the notes? Because you see that a lot in Silent Hill games. You see little notes that are about tragedies that have nothing to do at all with the main character. In my opinion, and I said this in 2, but I think it's worth repeating here, to a lesser degree, I think these are just like little crumbs, like these little minor residual traumas that could reflect on the Dreamer and their state. It's more different situations that did happen that are more analogous to the person that is experiencing the dream. I'm not explaining this well. Let's give a specific example. So, the Walter Sullivan note in Silent Hill 2. When James is experiencing it, this is the very beginning of the game. The note of Walter Sullivan in Silent Hill 2 is about how he murdered 2 children, but claimed he was not responsible. I believe the exact quote was like, after Walter Sullivan was arrested for murdering 2 children, he said, "No, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. He did it. The Red Devil. I did it, but it wasn't me." So this kind of like self-contradictory belief that he probably does like 100% believe reflects James and how his journey started at the game. James's journey was about denial, acceptance, and overcoming that. And overcoming your own crimes. So, having a note with the Walter Sullivan case of a serial killer delusional of their own actions, saying that a big red demon thing, the Red Devil, made him do it, but not me, I didn't do it, that reflects James's own delusion of his own actions. That's kind of what I'm getting at with the notes. It's not that the notes are entirely fabricated, it's more like the town's picking, the town or the spiritual entity, whatever. Well, I'll just say the town to refer to that from now on. It's picking specific events that will resonate with the Dreamer. And Silent Hill 3 does something really interesting with that. Because, well, this does relate to Heather specifically, because as we're going to see about her beliefs on death, on her fears and anxiety around dying, what have you, it's also going to reflect, there's going to be notes going forward that don't seem to apply to Heather. And that's going to be interesting later. And I think this does reflect one other thing. But we have to find one other note in the subway to really kind of get the full oomph out of what I think that means for Heather. Let's read this. Subway map. So, this is kind of like an infamous part of the game because... Let's see, let's pull up the subway. Yeah. This is the kind of dungeon that can take you 20 minutes or 2 hours, depending on how good you are with environments that look exactly the same. It's that kind of character. It's that kind of environment. It's, you're not too great with those, this is going to be a pain in the ass. The chains holding the doors together are secure to the bolt and nut. Nut screwed on tight. I can't turn it with my tiny baby hands. It's also easy to miss the map. I do think there's actually a few environments in this game that are very easy to miss the map. I don't know if that was a deliberate choice or not. I agree. I love Ellen Ripley, but Heather is awesome. Her character is very realistic, and it makes sense because she's a teenager. Yeah, it's like, I love Ellen Ripley, but it very much is like man rights woman, that kind of thing. Like, Ellen's really fun, but it's still like, I am tough female character because I have gun and shoot thing. Like, no shade to Terminator 2, but James Cameron did that exact same thing with Sarah Connor in that movie. Where it's like, I am tough, badass who take no shit, because I shoot the thing. Like, obviously I don't want to, like, because they're both great characters, but it's just like, they both kind of have that man rights woman thing going on. So this is mostly optional. I'm gonna pass blocked garbage, but I won't. No, there we go. Pass blocked with trash. I can't go through here. No, I want to examine this. Is someone sleeping here? All this red stuff around here is blood. This guy's not sleeping. Why am I not the least bit surprised? I think that nightmare's numbed my senses a little. A dead body. Can't really do anything for the poor guy. But yeah, it's like little shit like that. It's like, why Heather's such a good character. She's just like, you know, I'm getting real numb to this shit now, and it's really not good. Oop. Ah! Oh yeah, no, it's over here. Also, the dog enemies, we haven't talked about them. Unfortunately, their description in the Book of Lost Memories has a spoiler, so we will do that at the second half mark of the game. Now I'm thinking about it. I don't know if this is going to be the stream where I do nothing but talk for an hour into a mic without moving at all, or if it's going to be how we start tomorrow. Either way, it's going to be a nightmare experience to watch, and I don't envy. Oh, save point. Alright, so let's see if we can get an optional cutscene. Oh, I love the silence here. Aha! I read this a long time ago. It's a nothing little occult magazine. It seemed like a bunch of crap to me. It's not so bad if you just read it for fun, though. The souls of those who died suddenly by suicide or accident don't realize they're dead. Sometimes they stay put and haunt that particular place. These spirits have lost their human senses and memories and can only keep replaying the pain and sadness of the moment they died. The pain can get so bad that they turn to humans for salvation, or they begrudge humans their lives. At such times, they can possess humans. Places known as famous suicide spots or high accident areas are often to blame. You should be careful when approaching such locations, especially on the day or at the time the death occurred. That is, if you don't want it to happen to you too. Interesting. So we got one more thing here. What? Uh-oh. Hazel Street? Wasn't that the subway jumper? A ghost! So now that we've seen the Occult magazine had that, I think, in my opinion, since if we're going on the idea that the notes are intentionally reflective of the dreamer and what's going to get the most reaction out of them or be the most resonant to things that they don't enjoy, without getting into too many spoilers, I think the idea of that note is it's the idea that death is not the end, and that is a very scary thing when you think about it. The idea of death not being the end and continued life being suffering itself. Keep that in mind. That's just, it's like, obviously it's like not that important, but I think it's a little tone setter for parts of Heather's arc and characterization going forward. James Sunderland's character kind of reminds me of Trevor Resnick, Christian Bale, from that movie The Machinist, where both characters have amnesia, and towards the end, they remember their crimes. I completely agree, and a part of me wonders if The Machinist, in part, was inspired by Silent Hill 2. Like, obviously, it's not the most original plot in the world. Like, there's a lot of stories that have similar ideas and themes, but man, like, that's just so close to Silent Hill 2. And it came out like 4 years later. I do wonder if there's a little bit of influence there. I don't know. That's just a theory. A game theory. Thank you for watching. Resurrecting dead memes and terrible humor. Haha, welcome to the Doomed experience, baby. So hopefully I did not forget the shotgun. I think it's down here, but... death not being an end, being stuck reliving a horrible moment is honestly one of the more terrifying experiences to be in. I think that is 100% what that note is going for, and that ties into a big part of Heather's characterization in Silent Hill 3. Oh my god, I didn't know there was 2 shotgun shells there before just now. Holy shit. That actually helps a lot. Uh-oh. It's a gift wrap box. Could it be for a birthday present? No, I guess not. Nobody I know would give me something so gross. Well, I'll take it anyway. It should come in handy against the monsters. I got a shotgun. Now, this is part of the reason why I like turning off the radio. This is way scarier without the radio, with just the sound, like the little sound sting as you see it, the silence. I mean, Ellen Ripley has what I think it means to be a badass female lead that a lot of modern female MCs tend to be missing nowadays, but I see what you mean in contrast to her and Heather. I agree with that. Like, no, I really like Ellen Ripley as a character. Like, I fucking love Aliens. And hell, I'll go to bat for Alien 3. Warframe of all games has an excellent quest tied to the theme like that. Honestly, still probably my favorite to this day. I'd hit you up on that next time I'm in voice chat, because that sounds interesting. I'd be down to hear about that. Wow, they put me in the game. Don't sell yourself short, man. You're in the gym right now. Though, if you do need a wrestling nickname, Rick, the name of this monster is one of the most wild I've ever heard. This is the Insane Cancer. The Book of Lost Memories says, Cancer running wild, so named because its outward appearance is suggestive of a cancerous mass. Obviously, once again, we're gonna have to wait to talk about the symbolism of this thing, but, what is a fun fact is that this is an enemy not designed by any of the art directors. This is the only enemy in the game designed by the game's director, Kazuhide Nakazawa. He's like, yep, I'm putting this in the game. This is my statement to the world. This fucking thing. The subway scene. That always creeped me out. Even to this day, as a 30-year-old woman, it's so fucking scary. Like, this is why I like turning off the radio in this game. And honestly, in all the Silent Hill games, I feel like the radio, in a weird way, actually kind of takes away from some of the scare factor. Just, like, the dark and seen silhouette now in the stairwell, and just, like, the hum of the subway track, it's like, it's way scarier. It's the Shockmaster! We found him! Alright, let's run. So yeah, he's just snoozing. We'll leave him be. It's the Shockmaster! Oh, that's still one of the all-time great Botchamania clips is, like, changing nothing, just put in the Shockmaster. It's still one of the funniest fucking things. Sell myself short. You may not like it, but that's peak male performance. You're right. How could I be so foolish? That is the appearance of our Lord and Savior, Kyrakos Grizzly, the Bloat Lord. Hallowed be his name. So there's a door over here. Lock's broken. Oh god! So, if you remember at the very beginning of the stream, I was talking about how during the nightmare sequence where Heather is hit by a roller coaster and, like, presumably dies, what I said at the time was pay attention to the symbol and the symbolic meaning of being on a railroad of some sort, object coming towards her. So, this is the second time we've seen this exact scenario play out. So the first time, she's on a single track, one-way direction railroad, and when something comes towards her, it hits her and she dies. Second time it happened, same situation, but this time she narrowly avoids it. However, as we're about to see, does she avoid the railroad? She may have avoided her death at his hands, sure. But, oh fuck. Oh god, I forgot about this, like, awful sound design. That's so good, actually. God, the amount of great horror tracks that are used for, like, single rooms in this game is so wild. So she narrowly avoids the oncoming train, the railroad that she's stuck on. She avoids her death at it, sure, but in this instance, she has no choice but to get right on the track again. And she got one direction to go in. Totally out of her control, she's only got one way to go. Joyride, fucker. I'd rather run into enemies without warning like in other horror games. Completely agree, and it's to the point where I actually am a contrarian. I think the radio was a mistake in Silent Hill. Like, I know it's a part of the series iconography, but I think all of the games are better without the radio on. It's just my opinion, obviously, but what can you do? That symbol's drawn on the floor. Hope I don't get cursed just by stepping on it. I do too about Machinist and Silent Hill 2. Interestingly enough, I think Silent Hill 2's composer was inspired by Trent Reznor, who I think inspired the music for the movie, and... Yes, Trent Reznor and the band Portishead are like the two biggest influences on Yamaoka's style. Basically, like, any of, like, the trip poppy tracks, that's Portishead. Any of, like, the hardcore industrial or, like, ambient tone tracks, that's Trent Reznor. You can... Well, it is Yamaoka's own style, but you can most definitely hear the influence. Anything in here? Nope. Don't worry, Michael. I will show that off in just a moment. Get away from me! Oh. Oh, is that the first time I've been hit in the game? But what Michael is saying is this. We can actually go back on the train. Well, let's go back and beat those enemies up. I don't like getting, taking hits. Let's go give them what for. I ought to show them a lesson or two. I'm gonna wallop them all. Oh, no. And it does that for every single cart going forward. Such a cool effect. And speaking of cool lighting, this game came out 21 years ago. Not no damage run, time to restart. No, please. Please! Alright, so this guy's too big to run past, so we're gonna ask him to leave me alone. Make like a tree and leave me alone. Oh, he's stuck behind this big guy. He's stuck behind him. Oh, nice detail. If you step in the blood, there's bloody footprints. I'm the old slobber knocker. But just to prove what I'm talking about. Very cool. Really like that about this game. Nice. How many shotgun shells do I have now, actually? Okay, I'm armed to the teeth. I'm ready to go. Yeah, there's going to be a certain point where, going forward, we're just going to pull out the pistol and we're just going to start popping enemies. Those little fellas remind me of the Fresno Nightcrawlers. I can honestly kind of see it. I can see Fresno Nightcrawlers, man. Those things are fucking freaky. I miss mid-2000s cryptid videos, man. I love the sounds of those little monsters. I think all of the monster sounds in this game are fantastic. Oh god, he's getting up! Do. Fresno Nightcrawlers. Man, I fucking love Fresno Nightcrawler. That video was like actually like super creepy when I was a kid and I saw it. I was like, oh shit! I do kind of miss when like creepy monsters could look like more abstract like that, because now everything that's like a cryptid is just the Rake. If you remember that creepypasta from like the 2000s, like everything is just like, oh, it's the Rake. Like, oh, we're designing Wendigos for Until Dawn. Spoilers for that game. Oh yeah, they're just the Rake. It's just the Rake. It's all the Rake. It's never not the Rake. That old pattern's painted here among the graffiti. It looks like it was just put here too. But by whom? And why does my head... Where could they be going? They're going to the Cryptid Ball. I like small details, like the footprints, but I hate when a game more or less prioritizes them over gameplay. Crobat and his consequences on the game industry can't be forgotten. I do think it's hilarious that Crobat destroyed his entire career in praise of Shadow Styles when he went after something that basically everyone liked for bullshit reasons. And he just tanked his whole fucking career. It's like, he didn't do anything differently. That's the thing. He just decided, for once he chose the wrong target and everyone dogpiled him and he couldn't take it. I agree. I definitely can, though I love Nine Inch Nails, though. I thought that was pretty cool. Trent Reznor is my favorite musician of all time. The Downward Spiral is my favorite piece of music ever composed. Close second is The Fragile. I've listened to like every Nine Inch Nails album, probably about 3 times. And Trent Reznor's film composition is some of the best shit I've heard for film. I am something of a Trent head, as they call us. Ah! Alright, so this area... So I've played this game a lot. I'm pretty good with mental mapping. I have no mental map of the sewer. I have no idea when I'm going. I'm just going every time I do this until I get the map. And then when I get the map, I just start looking. Somebody helping? Helping or stalking? Ah! Oh, thank God, okay. Full 4 playthrough, 9 Inch Nails radio mod for nothing but 9 Inch Nails, no commercial, no announcer, just 9 Inch Nails. Comfy. How can a stalker be in front of you? We'll talk about that after this dungeon. I actually have a little thing about that. It's an alone in the dark door breaking maze. So this is one thing about Silent Hill 3 that it does have more of a sense of humor about itself, but this actually does kind of take me out, is that there's some goofy ass weapons in this game. Look at this thing. Look at this. It's that! That song, Mr. Self-Destruct from 9 Inch Nails, reminds me of James Sunderland's overall character. It's from The Downward Spiral. Oh, yeah. No, I love Mr. Self-Destruct. You should have heard me back in my karaoke days, like, blasting Mr. Self-Destruct at the top of my lungs. I was terrible. I had a great time. But look at that! I do think it's interesting, because, like, this is basically the animation they used for when James had the, the Pyramid Head knife in Silent Hill 2. Gang stalking. I wouldn't want to be hit with that. Like, dude, no, fuck that. But, like, there's just some very silly weapons in this game. The side of the locker is badly bent, as if something hit it very hard. As a result, it's impossible to open. Gee, I wonder what that could have been, Heather. But, as you can see, there's a big blood splatter on the locker, and on the walls, and on the map. There's a big blood splatter on it. This game, Silent Hill 2 had a little bit of it with the apartment maps that you had to that James folded together, and they were obviously like 2 separate pieces of paper that he kind of just folded to one. This game is really creative with some of its map choices. There's blood seeping out of the bottom of the locker. Is there something inside? I sort of want to take a look, but the locker door won't open. Nah, it's better that way. It's not as if there's anything good in there. Words to live by. Let's see, is there any items I'm missing here? Are there any goodies? I don't think there's any goodies. Check the map. Okay, yeah, we want to go this way, and then we want to go back. Whee! Alright, we're just gonna go in here. Gonna ignore all these boys. Oh, I'm going through my notes. We're on page 9. And it's kind of insane to me that the sewer, like, I have, like, one thing that I noted about. This entire dungeon is, like, very strange. I don't know. Why in a place like this? Well, I suppose I suppose it's dark and dry. I can talk English good. Only one of the bottles is empty. I got a wine bottle. Let's go. Only one of the bottles is empty? Not for much longer, it's not. Alright, so let's go back the way we came. Do. We're on a stroll. Oh god. Alright, let's check the map. Yeah, we want to go forward, left, right. Okay. I think? No. We actually wanted to go back the way we came there. Fuck, this is why I hate the sewer. No, please! I love Trent Reznor, 9 Inch Nails, and the album The Downward Spiral. The Fragile was good too. Fragile's great. I also... okay, so, like, top 5 9 Inch Nails off the top of my head. Gotta be a big fanboy now. Okay, so... Jesus! Okay. Alright. That hurt. There we go. Okay, top 5 on top of my head. No particular order. Downward Spiral, The Fragile, obviously. The Broken EP is really strong. Hello? We'll talk about these enemies later. Okay, so we got the Broken EP. That's the third good one. Ooh. Do I want to put Pretty Hate Machine in there? Because, like, Pretty Hate Machine has some, like, real classics. And it's very unique amongst the discography because it's, like, very 80s pop still. But, man, there's some amateur stuff on it. Even Trent himself will say, like, there's some amateur shit on Pretty Hate Machine. Despite having the best name of them, Pretty Hate Machine sounds awesome. I'm gonna go for a weird one, and I'm gonna say Bad Witch. The third of the trilogy EP series that came out, like, 2018, 2019. I think that's a very underrated one, so that's gonna be my fourth pick. Gotta pick, no, last one. Do I want With Teeth or Hesitation Marks? I'm gonna go Hesitation Marks. No, I'm going With Teeth. Yeah, okay, that's my top 5. Downward Spiral, The Fragile, With Teeth, Broken, and Bad Witch. Boom. 9 Inch Nails top 5 by Doomed. Honorable mention, the Quake soundtrack. Right way, hell yeah. I'm afraid to do karaoke, so am I. That's why I don't do it anymore. It's fun if you go with a group of friends, though. Oh, wrong room. We need to go to the other room. Ah! I will finish Quake this year. If you have the Steam version, like, there's a co-op campaign for Quake for the Steam re-release that they did. Like, I'm down to play co-op Quake again. Like, Default and I did it, and we had a lot of fun doing it. I'll play Quake any day. That game rules. Is that anything? No. Ah, there it is. Oh. There we go. And there's some kerosene left in the heater, looks like. If I had some sort of container, I could take it with me. Fortunately, looks like we do. Oil-filled bottle. Alright, let's save the game. I gotta say, I'm really glad with how smooth everything's going today, because it was like a shit show for the first, for the test I did earlier in the weekend for last night. You have it on Steam? Okay, if you have the Steam re-release that they did not too long ago, that version has, like, campaign co-op for, like, 4 people. It breaks the balancing, but who cares? Those sounds creepy as fuck. Agreed. Yes, like, I don't know, the monster sound design in this game is so fucking good. Put kerosene in the fuel tank. Alright, let's drain the poop. Heather is now mining brown bricks in Minecraft. She loves Minecraft. Why did he put Inspector Gadget in the video? What did he mean by this? Quad damage breaks the balancing, but you know what? It's fun as hell, so that's fine. Yeah, admittedly, like, if you just have quad damage on, everything just explodes. It's pretty great. Man, Quake 1 is so fucking good. A part of me... Alright, so this is just like a quick rant time, because I have not talked about this publicly since it was announced at not E3. But man, I'm excited for the new Doom game. I think it looks like it's going back to more of what I liked about 2016 and less of what I didn't like in Eternal. But man, everything about that, like the medieval shit mixed with future tech, that's just Quake. That is just the Quake 1 aesthetic. Why are we still calling it Doom? That's Quake 5. Come on. Throw me a bone here. Thanks to that thing, all the water's finally drained out of the hole. It looks like they'll be able to. Looks like I'll be able to get down there now if I can stay on the smell. That is. All right. We're entering the poopy zone. Those albums are good too. Yeah, that's just like my impromptu Trent Reznor top 5. Okay, so we are at almost the 3-hour mark. I don't know if I'm actually making any good progress today. We might do like 4 out. Oh gosh, probably like a 5-hour stream. Death analysis, the poop zone. And now we enter the poopy realm. Trent Reznor's early albums are weak in comparison. Yeah, it's like, I think Pretty Hate Machine's got some bangers on it, but there's some aspects that have definitely aged rough. I think like Down in It, especially, it's like where he like pseudo raps, like ooh, that's not the one there, Chief. No, Downward Spiral is where Nine Inch Nails became Nine Inch Nails, and it's like every track on that album's an absolute fucking banger. Best played start to finish in sequence. Though, if you've never listened to the Downward Spiral and you want the true depth of emotional experience, you need to listen to it while playing Mario Party with your friends. And you beat it when Hurt comes on, and the winner has betrayed them all, and no one trusts anyone anymore. That's the true experience. 3 a.m. Mario Party, listening to the Downward Spiral full blast. Hurt finally plays when everyone's finished the game and all friendships are severed. A wheelchair? Why would a wheelchair be thrown down here? Here it is. You got a dryer. Do. Wait a gosh darn second, wasn't there something here? Little shit like that is why I love this game. Alright, I think we just gotta go over here. Do. Ow. Leave me alone. But yeah, thinking about Pretty Hate Machine again, and because that's how my Nine Inch Nails oddest brain works, is, I can talk a lot of shit about the album as a whole, but something I can never have, and Head Like a Hole still hold up. Head Like a Hole especially is the single best bass line I've ever heard. It's so fucking smooth. Alright, let's save the game. Legitimately, if you want a really good bass line, do yourself a favor, put on Head Like a Hole. It's so good. Okay. Danger, keep out. This was probably pasted on that door over there. I can see where it fell off. And you actually can. It's the little square bit that's darker than the rest because it is worn or is dusty. Good shit. Good shit. There are documents on the floor, some kind of paperwork. According to this, the two people mentioned in the documents, Jose and Jamie, are dead. Looks like it happened on the job. So this is like the only thing that I have to talk about in the entire sewer level is this note. There's something written on the notebook. There's a monster in the water. The bastards killed 2 of my buddies. I should never have doubted the old urban legend about alligators in the sewers. That was no myth. But no one believes me. They were drunk and slipped? We're not that damn stupid. Even calling it a monster isn't quite right. This is something else. All I know is, something's in there. I'm going in now to beat that thing's head in. If you find this note, consider it my will. Revenge is futile, or so you may think, reading this, but Jose and Jamie were my best buddies. Wish I knew how to do the deed. Guns won't work underwater. Even my famous knife work won't do much. If only I had a hand grenade. Famous knife work? Like, are you fucking Bennett from Commando? Like, who is this guy? Alright, so the sewer worker notes. So he's claiming that there's a monster in the sewers, and it's like, oh, it killed his friends. And you know what? We saved the game, so let's just show it off right now. Like, uh-oh, a lot of blood. A lot of blood on both sides. Ruh-roh. What's gonna happen? Uh-oh. Yeah, there's a monster there. What are you gonna do? But more importantly, getting to it. So, there's a monster here, sure, whatever. By the way, just to get to it, that's another Silent Hill 1 reference. In Silent Hill 1, in the hospital, there was a tentacle like that, which was feeding on a corpse in front of a puzzle item. And if you approached it, Harry would get grabbed in the same way, dragged towards it, and it'd be a game over. And also in the Nowhere sequence where you have to lock a cabinet so it doesn't do the same thing to Harry and, like, drag him away. Another reference to Silent Hill 1. Just mental bookmark how many goddamn references that game's getting. But more importantly, so the writer of the sewer worker note here, like the sewer worker, he's claiming that Jose and Jamie, oh, they weren't drunk. They couldn't have fallen down and died in an accident. That's a cover-up. There's a monster in the sewers. So, if we're just going, obviously, on my speculation and my own headcanon interpretation bullshit, obviously it could be fake, about what the notes are, where it's residual elements of trauma that reflect the dreamer's own hang-ups and psyche, to, like, put a mirror to them, essentially. The thing is, and this is a bit of a spoiler going forward, but this doesn't reflect Heather. Heather is a character, she's forgetful, she's like a little lazy path of least resistance. She can be kind of like abrasive and a jerk. The thing is, like the whole denial aspect, like the ability to blatantly deny obvious overt facts because it is discomforting to you. That's not Heather. And I find that interesting because if the whole point of the notes are poke and prod at quote-unquote the dreamer experiencing the phenomenon, could it imply that there is another dreamer and this is reflecting another character's hang-ups? Because in Silent Hill 2 it did establish there could be multiple. James is not the primary host there. There's Angela and Eddie as well. And you get brief glimpses of what their nightmares and their otherworld and Silent Hill experience looks like. Very brief glimpses, but you do get it. Is this a glimpse into someone else's? Or, what could be more of a further spoiler, could there be a merger going on? Is this more than one person's nightmare and one person's dream? Something to think about. We'll talk about that more later. Don't enter the poopy zone again. Listen, we're getting out of here. One moment. Get owned. Alright, so we're off. I don't think we need any melee weapon at this point. We can probably actually just use the guns. What I got for bullets? I got a lot of bullets. We're good. I think the only enemies we're going to kill in the next area are going to be gun only, so... Yeah, we want to go this way. Whee! Oh. God, the sound is terrible. I love it. So once again, straight up, once we get to a brightly lit area where we see those, because there is one in the second half of the game, but there is one, we'll talk about what that enemy is. I think they're actually one of the more visually interesting and symbolically interesting enemies in the game. Because when we get to discuss what the enemy symbolism broadly means in the big reveal in the second half, they're kind of a merger between the two separate themes of what the enemies are going for. And they're the merger of them. And I think it's a really interesting one. They're kind of like a little bridge point enemy. Cool shit. We have escaped the fecal dimension. Now I can only pray that we are free of the goblin universe. Yeah, I'm thinking of what's gonna be our endpoint for the day, because, like, we're at 3 hours. This is, and there's still, like, quite a bit to go. I talk a lot. So we're on page 9. Did I mention there's 43 pages? Yeah, this is gonna be a long one. I warned you all. So, what is interesting to see again is we have these. Now, anyone who played Silent Hill 2 or saw my walkthrough of Silent Hill 2 will remember these giant white, like, fumigation tarp walls that is constantly used throughout the game. One moment here. Okay, one moment. I had just a little communication there. I had to complete. My apologies, everyone. I'm returned. Okay, so... But these giant, like, dirty white fumigation tarps everywhere in Silent Hill 2. And this is obvious asset reuse and a way to block off walls, but I think it's a really subtle way to be outside, not in Silent Hill, but establishing that you are essentially in the fog world. Which I do want to point out, this game does not take place in Silent Hill, at least at this point. Spoilers, I guess, but... the fact that the phenomenon is happening outside of Silent Hill, that's interesting. That's unique for the series. And we'll talk more about why later, and what that could mean later. I like Pretty Hate Machine, but it does, in a way, feel a bit corny, immature, and edgy in comparison to the later works. The Downward Spiral is basically an album of what the human condition looks like. 100% agree. And I still like Pretty Hate Machine. Like, it's got some fucking bangers on it. But it's just, like, it's a little more there's less balance compared to the later work. If you want, like, early, edgy Trent, easily the best is the Broken EP. Broken EP is, like, if you want pure edgelord rage... you're never going to get much harder than the drop of Pinion into Wish. It's so fucking good. The third level ceiling is crumbled. For safety's sake, entry is forbidden. Alright. Interesting. Oh, same sign. Guess we gotta keep going. I do think it is worth noting that in comparison, it is interesting how. Wait 1 minute. Guess there's someone else here. So it is interesting in comparison to Silent Hill 1 and 2, which were much more open-ended in especially their introductions, but also just in their general progression. Silent Hill 3 is a very on-rails experience in comparison. It's very different. I'm not quite sure how to feel about it. I do think there is something lost with the more explorative aspects of 1 and 2, where it can be seen as padding, and I understand why they went the direction they did. But I think exploring vast, foggy streets, like, there's something to that, and I do miss that in Silent Hill, in Silent 3 in comparison. We don't really get a lot of that. Those are human legs. I got a silencer. Honestly, I understand what they're going for. Sort of like how you can sneak past enemies by turning off your flashlight. Kinda. They still detect sound, so not really, but it's the same thing where it's like there's minor stealth elements, but with the beef jerky, it's really an undercooked mechanic. There's no... I never find myself engaging with it outside of novelty. I can see legs through the broken part of the wall. I hope those are just mannequin legs, but I guess I'm not that lucky. Just like the black cat. Wish I hadn't seen that. So, what I really like about this is... that's just a fucking corpse in a wall. Like, that's not a phenomenon. That's just an actual body. I like to think that in this real world, that actually just is a body that just got put in there by contractors. Like, that's just a fucking dead guy. That's nothing to do with this. I got hangable. Lots of empty balls and cans. It looks like someone was living here. Let's keep that in mind. Ugh, filthy mattress. Will you drop it into the hole? Yep. But yeah, someone's squatting in this condemned building. We'll touch on what I think about that momentarily. I think there's interesting implication there. Especially considering, I guess, spoilers for progression, how close this condemned building is to Heather's apartment. I think it does lead to something very interesting. We'll touch on that in a little bit here. Oh. Whoa. And we're fine. And we are in an office building. It is always so disorienting going into these environments without any sort of map. Let's see. Okay, that's the hall. I want to go here first. Now I remember. It's one of these rooms. Okay, this is the room I want. Okay. Cardboard boxes filled with arms and legs for mannequins. So what we have here are women's torsos, without heads, without legs, just boobs, reproductive organs. Except for this one. This one has a head. No legs. Can't move. Can't do something. But she has legs. She has a head. No, sorry. She doesn't have legs. I literally contradicted myself in a sentence. I am good English speak man. No legs. Can't move. But has her own head. I love how eerie, like, the way it's positioned. Where it's like, it's just this one alone, surrounded by all the others. Very eerie. This is the only mannequin with a head. There's something weird about the headless ones. Like, they can still see me or something. Ick. This is blood. I love this room. So this is an example of two things Silent Hill 3 does really well. And one thing I think it does better than the entire franchise is there's just these little scares that are entirely optional, entirely easily missable, but they're just there to fuck with you. And it's really unique to 3. 4 kinda had it with the room scares, but in my big dumb review of Silent Hill 4 The Room, I explained what my issues with all of that was. I don't think 4 nailed it that well, if at all. But I think 3 does it really well, because of how again, the progression door was the one on the left I intentionally skipped. This is so easily missable. So cool. But another thing, and how this is an example of something Silent Hill 3 does well, is how much more mean-spirited and personal Heather's experience at Silent Hill is in comparison to James's experience. A lot of the times in James's Silent Hill, it's more like it's indifferent to him. Like, it's almost like the phenomenon very rarely directly cares that much about James's involvement or presence in it at all. The lone exception to that being Pyramid Head. And I guess Maria, because she's also a monster, but with those as the lone exceptions, like, everything seems like very impersonal, detached, and cold in James's Silent Hill. There's something so much more explicit and mean and targeted about Heather's. And I really like that as a change, as it helps to change the tone. But just for the room itself, like, for what I mean about mean, that I'm pretty sure that was Heather's voice actress making that scream. So, but regardless, it is the head of, like, a woman screaming, decapitated. If that is not an implicit threat from the town, I don't fucking know what that is. It's... Ignoring that aspect, though, there is a good bit of symbolism here for this room that points to a larger trend in Silent Hill 3 that we've lightly touched upon. So what we have is all of the mannequins in the room are nothing but breasts, vagina, and like reproductive organs. Like breasts and reproductive organs. That's it. Except for this one. It had a head. It had its own head on its shoulders. It went away for a moment, and it was violently removed. You don't get that. The only one that had something that gave it individuality or its own identity, the only quote-unquote woman here, removed. Taken away. Fuck you. Interesting. And now, like all the rest, she's got boobies and a reproductive organ. Boobies in the womb. That's all she's got. It becomes this very, like, how do I phrase this kindly without making it sound like I believe it? Because it's a very harsh thing that I think is the intention of the symbolism here is essentially I think what the threat is outside of the violence is you are only your reproductive organs. Who you are, who the woman is, and as the person experiencing it, who Heather is nothing but that. And anything that makes her an individual is irrelevant to her biological process as a woman. That's it. That's like the implicit little message there. At least in my opinion. It's a little bit of optional symbolism, but I think it's really cool. Blood. I hope that's not Chris's blood. I agree. I love Pretty Hate Machine, but it does feel a bit more on the edgelord spectrum in comparison to the Downward Spiral. Terrible Lie is the best song of Pretty Hate Machine. I forgot about that. I would agree. Terrible Lie is a great song. Terrible Lie holds up. Alright. Let's run! Oh wait, no, I don't want to go here. I want to go here. This is another example of the maps of Silent Hill 3 being really cool. So there's a little brochure on the desk here. And it's folded like a brochure, so it's like the paper's folded up, so you see the creases of it. Again, little shit like this is what set the Silent Hill games apart. Oh yeah, let's check this before we save. So we can have the full experience, baby. The drawer is open just a smidge. It must be rusted or something. I can't pull it out any further. Alright, so let's go. You know what? I'm feeling some... Alright, wait, is this it? Or am I, like, jumping the gun here? Oh, yeah, I'm jumping the gun here. On easy, you can just open the drawer. That's lame. I don't know. I think normal is a good balance here. Because I think the big thing is with easy... I don't know, because, like, I don't think the puzzles in this game are that hard. But I also feel like if you can just open the drawer, that kind of takes away some of the exploration aspect. That's really, like, the gameplay hook of Silent Hill 3. Or, like, Silent Hill games in general. Is, like, exploring, finding puzzle items, slapping puzzle items on solution, and winning. Like, it's not the best gameplay hook in the world, but it is the hook. It does make dopamine flow when I hit button on button and slap thing together to make thing go. Do. Now, where's the art gallery? I think it's the 5th floor. Yes, that's where we want to go. And also, I want to turn the page because I am finished with the analysis of that. Okay. Do. I think this is auto part. Yeah, it's locked. Okay. We want to go over here. There's a guest registration notebook on the reception desk. I think I can ignore it for now. Doesn't the hard mode puzzles require knowledge of Shakespeare's works? When I do the finished cut-up videos of this, I will link you specifically the part where I describe the Shakespeare puzzle and its absolute insane requirements on hard. Its title is Repressor of Memories. What the hell kind of title is that? I don't get this picture at all. Methinks the lady doth protest too much on that one. Oops. Looks like there was only a picture here. Looks like there was a picture here before. Only the caption's still around. Flame purifies all. Flame, eh? Well, I don't know what kind of picture it used to be here. But I'm not too fond of fire. It's scary somehow. So, Heather's scared of fire. Interesting. Doesn't like it very much. Okay, this is one of the best Easter eggs. Alright, so this is like a great Easter egg, actually. Let's see the price written here. There's a price written here. Let's see. 5,000. Man, what a world. So, fun fact about this exact $5,000 thing. If you look at Eileen's apartment in Silent Hill 4, she has this dumb $5,000 painting. It's in her apartment. So that's a fun detail. It's pretty fun. Now, this is a calm, relaxing picture. Mountain. Nice and simple. But that's like a little fun detail I remember really enjoying. Yeah, screwdriver. Nice. No, you know what I'm feeling though? You know what I'm feeling? Now that I remember this is the actual hallway that we need to do this dumb bit in. I'm feeling something in the air. I'm feeling some kind of weather effect, some kind of storm that is approaching. This is what I mean about, like, this game having really over-the-top decisions. Like, this is a fucking katana in a Silent Hill game. You can do katana combos in a Silent Hill game. While you were having sex with vaguely feminine monsters, Heather studied the blade. And now when the world is in flames and the pyramid heads are at the gate, you have the audacity to ask her for help. Alright, let's see. I remember one of these is the room we want. That's unlocked. There we go. That's some foreshadowing? Yeah, that's... This game is, it can be subtle, and sometimes, like, I actually think, when it comes to a lot of its bigger themes, I think it's way too subtle for its own good, and way too obtuse, but... Yeah, when it comes to, like, hammering in ideas like that, like, this game is... It is real in your fucking face. Alright, so yeah, I think we got everything we need. Now we can go finish this part. It is kind of crazy how fast you can blast through a lot of this game if you know what you're doing. Because a lot of the time it's just me, like, sitting and talking shit. But this is mostly just like, okay, you go up a couple floors, get shit, go back down, get more shit, beat the area. Boom. I think that's the wrong way. Yes, it is. This is the dance studio. Alright. Now we will overcome my weak baby hands to pry this open with a screwdriver. Alright, we got a rope. So we should not listen to Low Tier God, but we will use the rope for something more productive than what he has to say. Oh, wrong way. Alright, we're just gonna get it in there. Now this is obscenely dangerous, but c'est la vie. And we're down. Another? That old familiar pattern is on a piece of paper stuck to the vending machine. Who the hell put it there? It's not like it's the latest fad or anything, right? There we go. Alright, let's go. Let us go beat the area. So, this is interesting. Green Ridge Mental Health Clinic. So, for the mental health clinic, I just want you to remember this part of the level on this side is essentially like a shrink's office. So this door with the 3 squares is a very interesting design, because if you remember, in Silent Hill 1, this is an exact door model that was used in the elementary school, in Midwich Elementary. The one with those 2 bodies that are revealed to be essentially Alessa's burned corpse on either side of it. So, yeah. Another callback to Silent Hill 1. It doesn't mean it's not important. It's more the fact I want to point out the sheer amount of callbacks there are to Silent Hill 1 in this game. I never caught that door from the elementary school. Yeah, it's a very easy blink and you miss it detail, but I don't know. Fascinating. Fascinating shit. Bathtub display. There's a dark red stain on the bottom. Oh? Looks like a handle of some sort. Well.
I knew it.
It's being invaded by the other world. A world of someone's nightmarish delusions come to life.
Oh no, not again. Did she do this too?
Well, that didn't go as planned. I'm twisting the handle when nothing's coming out. So, more cyclic imagery there. Heather turns the wheel, which becomes a transition to the other world. Just gonna say, we're gonna see more of that going forward. But another thing that's interesting is, as she turns the wheel, there's a lot of that red, again, Heather awakening to a red experience, blood, and Heather gets headaches and full body cramps of some kind, and we're in the other world. Just like what happened with the mall. I forget what the name of the mall is. Also, as I say, I do recognize that voice. We have ourselves another callback here. That is Harry Mason from Silent Hill 1, explaining his theory and also giving name to the nightmare, the other world. That's an odd spot to put a tub. Very strange, isn't it? Didn't turn out too well for that guy. Anyway. Got handgun bullets. The mummy-like thing in the wheelchair is just a doll. Or is it? Something about it makes me uneasy. Why, I wonder? Why is there a wheelchair in this building? Or a doll, for that matter? There's a doll in the wheelchair. I have a bad feeling about it. There's what appears to be a baby doll in the wheelchair. Getting a real bad feeling to Heather. We also have this gentleman here. Holding the same doll. Hanging in a very familiar position, if you remember from the amusement park opening and the 3 cages of the same hanging figure. But there appears to be some sort of scissors or forceps in his hand there, next to where he's hanging. So we've seen this guy a few times now, actually. At the very beginning of the game, in those cages, in the elevator transition, and now we see him here. I'm going to give a brief introduction to the character of Valtiel, or Valtiel. I'll call him Valtiel going forward, though I'm pretty sure that's an incorrect pronunciation. That's just how I've always said it, so... C'est la vie. Of course, as I'm very tired of saying, and I imagine the audience is extremely tired of hearing, I can't fully get into him this session. Everything about Valtiel is spoilers. Everything about it. He is... If there are 4 core characters to the game, I spoke incorrectly when I said that. There's 5, and he's one of them. But you wouldn't really know it. He's real much a background figure. But he's always there. He's always making his presence known in these little insidious ways that he's always just kinda there. And I love that. I love the presentation of Valtiel in this game. Such a fun little critter. In a horrible, disturbing kind of way. I just do want to point out, though, how often he has appeared. Like, he's appeared 3 times with no proper introduction. Just there. Always. Outside of Heather, he is the most frequently seen character so far, actually. Which is really interesting. But I just want to point out another thing about Valtiel for future reference. And I'm going to put a video of this in the finished videos of this. I think it is fascinating that if you get a game over in certain sections of the game, Valtiel here can be seen dragging Heather's corpse off somewhere. I don't know how to trigger that. I've experimented and I've screwed around. I can't get it to work consistently. I just know that that is a game over option where you will die and Valtiel will drag Heather's corpse off fucking somewhere. There is an explanation to that. But we'll get to that. It's a very interesting, easy to miss detail that I think is very important to his character. Let's move on, though. We'll talk about Valtiel more when the situation calls for it. Heather goes through so much crap in this game. Yeah, Heather gets it rough. I really like that about her experience in Silent Hill in comparison to James's. That is much more, like, targeted and visceral. So if you remember, this is the mental health clinic we're entering. So this is interesting. Sometimes I wonder if Claudia herself is some sort of god. I wouldn't say Claudia herself is some sort of god, but obviously, like, spoilers. I'll get into that when we really get into Claudia's character in 2 and especially part 3 of the series. But I think there's an aspect to Claudia as a character that I think is really fascinating. But we'll talk more about Claudia later. I'm kind of like my stance on her as a character. But this is another detail I think is really interesting. Is this photo here? Heather, read the photo. Pick up. Oh, there's something here. Find the Holy One. Kill her? That's me. Who could have taken this photo? So we've seen a few examples of threats to female safety and female-tinged horrors. This is a direct stalker fear, and that's going to be a very common element of unwanted predatory male attention, specifically male attention, from masculine figures in this game. Valtiel stalking her, Douglas cornering her in a bathroom, and someone we're going to meet very shortly who may or may not have taken this photo, and who may or may not have been the squatter in the apartment outside, the squatter in the condemned building outside of what we're going to learn after this, dungeon, is essentially next door to Heather's home. Heather's own apartment. I don't think it's a coincidence that the character we're about to meet is right before this veiled, like barely veiled threat of maybe just kill Heather. Maybe just kill the Holy One, this picture of Heather, in front of her to find in the open. Interesting. That is really creepy, isn't it, Heather? I always get lost in this building. This is the first level in the game that really feels like a traditional Silent Hill level to me. This is one of the only 3, I would say, really fit the bill. And that's a damn shame. It's definitely, in my opinion, a result of Silent Hill 3's budget and release rush issues. But we'll get to that tomorrow when we talk about the most egregious example of asset and content reuse in this game. Probably the game's biggest flaw from a gameplay perspective. But let's get to a cutscene.
Heather. That's what you're called now, isn't it?
And who are you?
The name's Vincent. Don't forget it, okay? I'm on your side.
So you say. But how do I know you're not with her?
Her? You mean Claudia? Please don't lump me together with her. She was totally brainwashed by that crazy old hag. Well, I guess crazy old hag is a bit harsh. She is your mother, after all.
My mother? What do you mean?
You don't remember? Ah, so Harry didn't tell you anything. I guess he hid the truth to keep you on his side, eh? That figures. He's a pretty sneaky guy.
Don't talk about my dad like that!
Sorry. I apologize. Please, calm down.
How do you know my father anyway?
I know everything. I know about your past, too.
Then tell me what's going on.
You don't know even that?
That's why I'm asking. If you know everything, then tell me how I can put an end to this.
Not yet. Why not enjoy yourself a bit longer?
Enjoy? I feel like I'm going crazy. Does this place get to you at all?
Oh, it gets to me all right. I find it most fascinating. Wait! I'm not finished talking!
I knew you were on her side.
How do you figure?
There's something wrong with you, too.
So that's Vincent. Yet another creepy male figure that Heather is forced to interact with. I do find there's a lot of things about that scene I find really interesting, so we'll talk about it right now. Because, I don't know if I'm going to say he's my favorite character in the game, but there's something about Vincent, like, every time he's on screen, I like it. Like, he's, not to give too much away, because, like, there is more to Vincent as a character, and I do think it's, like, he is compelling in his own weird way, but he's such a straightforward sack of shit that I can't help but just love to hate him. He's such a piece of garbage. I don't think I'll go in this room. That weird guy's in there. Good call. But let's just go over the lore stuff and the conversation that he's doing. So he name drops someone named Harry. We'll just let that sit. But what's interesting about the way the scene is initially framed is that photo is placed right before the room Vincent's in, directly before it. A photo of Heather with a veiled threat to kill her. and he's sitting beside a psychiatrist's desk, a doctor's desk, a figure of authority's desk. And he keeps talking about how much he knows everything, like coyly letting on that he knows more about the situation, but he just doesn't quite want to tell her. And then the whiplashing emotions he has throughout the entire conversation. He starts off as this fake, jovial, friendly guy. Then he's belittling her. Then he's scared of her because, like, she's clearly angry that he's being a dick. May as well be saying, it's just a prank, bro, in the most eloquent, nerd way possible. And then when she tries to leave, he's just angry at her. Snaps, instant. So he's just constantly whiplashing throughout the scene. So Silent Hill 3, as we've already established, plays around with a lot of like female-based fears and horror. And a lot of relations that, well, negative relations that women might have with men. And what Vincent really represents going forward, and we're going to see this a lot, is he is passive threats of soft manipulation and authority. He's using his knowledge of the situation and his position of a perceived authority to try to manipulate Heather, a younger girl, again, teenage girl, a kid, into doing what he wants. Getting what he wants out of her. In any way he really can. Because what's so interesting about that to me is he's whiplashing. He's going back and forth trying like any sort of path that's going to get him get what he wants out of Heather, which we don't quite know yet, but he's trying anything he possibly can. And I think it is interesting, as we talked about before, I think that this is where they nailed the voice acting. Vincent's the closest this game gets to the very strange, off-kilter performances of Silent Hill 1 and 2. But I feel like in this case, it's very much intentional. He has this sing-songy, like, uncanny, for lack of a better expression, delivery of all of his lines until Heather tries to leave. Suddenly that stops. Suddenly Vincent gets angry and there's none of that ridiculous cadence to his voice. He just sounds like an angry dude. Like, he just sounds like, wait, I'm not finished talking. He doesn't sound like this weird, dream-like Silent Hill character anymore. He just sounds like some petty sack of shit. And I want you to keep that in mind going forward. He can just drop that in a minute. And I think that's really fascinating for the Vincent character. There's a junior high school chemistry book here. When you pour diluted hydrogen peroxide onto manganese dioxide, oxygen is produced. I am not big smart science bin. Although oxygen will not burn on its own, it will help other things to burn. Fire good. Yeah, it's like Frankenstein. Fire. Good. I can just oversave this one. It was just a cutscene. Alright. So, let's continue. We're going to see the worst enemy in this entire game. But it does let me talk about some of the game design aspects a little more, since we're only doing the story so far. Where's that piece of shit? There they. No, it's the dog. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Meat Slurper. We'll get better looks at them later, but I hate those things so much. Whoa, let's go here. Vincent gives me mixed vibes, honestly. I agree. Especially in this scene, I think the intent is Vincent is, in a game of unreliable side characters, Vincent is the least reliable of all. I do think there is a very solid, like, I think there's a very solid take on Vincent by the very end. Like, you know exactly who this guy is and what his deal is at the very end, though. So what's that? So when I first played this game, this honestly was one of the most frightening things I saw. So I was like quite young, and just walking in and seeing this thing. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Glutton. Let's go examine. What the hell? I don't want to get too close, but I don't think it'll attack me now. Why not? I'll bark and no bite. Anyhow, it's in the way. I can't get past it. And it's the ground floor, too. So how to be the exit? What a pain. We'll talk more about the Glutton in a little bit here. But we have a little storybook. A book's line here. Looks like a fairy tale. Once upon a time, there was a monster living at the gates of a village. It was a very scary and a very... Oh, sorry, excuse me, I was hiccuping there. It was a very scary and a very bad monster. It would catch people and crunch them up with its big teeth. The villagers were afraid of the monster, and no one would dare approach the gates. Everyone was stuck inside the village. When the king heard about this, he summoned his knights. The knights eagerly rode out to defeat the monster. Ha! Take that! Taste the pain! Their swords slashed and their spears flashed, but the monster wouldn't die. The monster tossed the knights into its mouth one by one, horses and all. What was the king to do? He fretted and fussed and paced the floor, but he could not think of no solution. Soon after, the village priestess came to the castle. She was a very kind and good person. The king asked her to defeat the monster guarding the gates. Book's torn. The rest is missing. I remember reading this a long time ago. I think I borrowed it from someone. I don't remember how it ended, though. Ugh. Didn't I read the story through to the end? So, the storybook is another callback to Silent Hill 1, and more importantly, it shows another hint at Heather's lost memories, so to speak. Her poor memory. She read the story, but it's like, oh, I just can't remember this. Ah. So what exactly is the Glutton? Well, let's go finish the storybook and talk about it. Honestly, as someone who has been around with crazy people in my life, this game captures my fear of fear of what I fear about some guys, men in general. Yeah, like I gotta say, Silent Hill, like you can say what you want about Silent Hill 3. This game fucking, you could tell that this was like heavily impacted by the lady developers at Team Silent. And that's why I don't ever want to hear that these games are not all hands on deck collaborative efforts. Because, like, this is so pointed for female fears, you cannot tell me. Let's ignore him. For some reason, the only thing in the fridge is liver. I hope it's not rotten. Pork liver. There's shotgun shells, I really want them, but Uh-oh. Oh! 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 Alright, we're fine. Wasn't scared for a minute. Alright, I don't have anything to say until the rest of the storybook. Let me turn the page here while I have the chance, because, you know, I gotta be orderly. Alright, let's go. So we got pork. Okay, let's make sure what I have in my stock. Okay, so I have 2 of the 3 things we need. Fantastic. I think it's the 4th floor we want to go to. Oh, let's try anything. 2? Alright, fuck it, let's try. No, we want to go to 2 because we go to the 4th from the 5th. Okay, I remember. No, we don't want to go to 2 because that's where we just came from. I'm a fool. I'm a fool. Oh, that's the Slurper. That's... Alright, so now that I can take a chance to talk to the Slurper, I can say why I hate the Slurper. It's that. It's just that. It's the fact that they can just knock you down like that. is infuriating. But it does tie into the game design aspects of Silent Hill 3, is the enemies and their primary threat is area denial. Which is really interesting, because one of the problems of Silent Hill 1, but especially Silent Hill 2, is that it was really easy just to outrun every single enemy. Like, enemies really were not that threatening, even on hard in that game. With one very notable exception with the Pyramid Head chase. But what makes Silent Hill 3, generally from a gameplay perspective, much more engaging and also much more difficult than the past two games. Love the audio design, but what makes it more difficult and more challenging is the fact that the enemies are much more aggressive. They represent much more area denial, where either they are slow but their attacks are extremely powerful, and in another case have quite a bit of range, as we're going to see, or it's like the Slurper there, where it can just knock you down or grab you. Those are its two attacks, and it doesn't do a lot of damage. It is fast, and it's on your ass in a heartbeat. There's Voltael again. Surrounded by other corpse models. Have we seen those before? Maybe the one unique individual one at the amusement park? Maybe something from Silent Hill 1? I don't know. Let's move on. Locked. Locked. Fuck. Alright. Oh, okay, I do think it is the fifth floor. Do. Yeah. I do really like this environment, actually. This is like the first proper Silent Hill level in the game. And I appreciate that. Yeah, okay, I remember. It's like that way's blocked and we go this way. Okay, fantastic. Now, Slurpers. Alright, well, we're gonna go the other way. Haha. I guess we're not. Haha. I was wrong. Oh, shit. Alright, we're gonna go this way. Haha. Alright, we're actually going to kill the Slurpers in the hallway here, because there is something I want to show off that is very unfortunate. Got a matchbook. That's what we need. This is a little bit of character detail I like. No more cigarettes for me. I quit for good. So Heather was a smoker, despite only being 17. And she had to quit nicotine. Ah! But it's a very little detail, but I like that about Heather, actually. It's like, it implies there's a more troubled past to the character than what the audience is privy to. Oh, I got a lot of bullets. Oh, yeah, it's all come together. I'm stalking shit up. Even Claudia perfectly captures the fear that I have of crazy or mentally ill women, too. Yeah, I think, I would say there is a difference in the kind of crazy of Claudia and Vincent, but we'll get to that in the second one, where I suppose a little spoiler is, how crazy is Vincent really? Or is he just good at playing it? We'll get to that, though. Claudia, though, nah, she's off her goddamn rocker. She's nuts. But yeah, I am stacked. We can start playing crazy now. I hate that I keep saying it, but it's like, I do think once we get to the second half of the game, a lot of the discussion is going to be far more interesting, because we can really get into it. But because of the rules I've imposed on myself in the first Silent Hill in depth, like, 6 years ago now, which is crazy to say out loud, but it is the case, but 6 years ago now, well, no, 5 years ago now, I'm stupid, but 5 years ago now, because of those rules I made back then, it's making the conversation for this really difficult. I definitely agree that the game had female developers around the time to get the right idea of how crazy or Looney Tunes people work. And also just like little things like the objectification. Like one of the things I really like is how voyeuristic the camera work in the game is, in the cutscenes especially. It's like very creepy. Like it does get that stalker feeling even when there's nothing around. So, I wanted to kill them for this, though. I wanted to kill those little enemies so we could get a clear look at this glass mirror to a reference to a movie. This is a very famous image from a movie called Session 9 that loosely inspired... It's a very loose inspiration on this game. Session 9 basically only inspired a lot of the Otherworld rot aesthetic. Like the rust rot aesthetic of the Otherworld. Session 9 had that in spades, because it's a movie about an extremely creepy gothic mental institution getting like refurbished and or torn down for parts by a bunch of contractors, and then spooky shit starts happening. But this image is directly from that movie. So it's sort of like a little nod that's like, hey, this is one of our visual influences. But Session 9, okay movie. There's a big sheet of glass in the way. It doesn't break when I hit it, so maybe it's not glass after all. I don't know why, but the world on the other side is calling to me. Well, that's not good. Let's save the game. Although this is a fantastic touch, the painting here was called the Repressor of Memories. What has replaced the Repressor of Memories? The save symbol that Heather, for some reason, just can't seem to remember. I'm back. I'm at the gym now. Oh my god, you're lifting to Silent Hill. There should be a boss fight around the corner here, so hopefully you're going to get some more aggressive-ass tunes to lift to. And here it is. All the others are gone, but we now have Flame Purifies All. Woman clad in white, long black hair, burning, with something behind her. We've seen this woman before, haven't we? But we'll get to that later, now won't we? There's a caption under the picture. Flame Purifies All. By these remains may a person find the road to paradise. I've seen this picture before. No, wait. I've never seen it. But I do know it somehow. My signature antagonist monster, the Lord Master. The Shock Master. We already refought the Lord Master, though he is the Shock Master, as we have decided to call him. So let's combine all this together, and let's burn the thing that needs to be purified. If flame does indeed purify all. Gotta burn our way through, huh? He's not having a very good time. But this isn't about him. Hey, it's a storybook. What might this be? The rest of that fairy tale I read earlier? Alright, let's go into fairy tale reading voice once again. The priestess accepted the king's request and went to the village gates, but when she saw the monster, she tried to convince it with words instead of killing it. Shut up, you! I'm going to eat you up! The monster didn't listen to a word the priestess said, but she kept trying to convince the monster to give up. It's wrong to eat people, you know. The monster grew very angry at this and attacked her, killing her with a single mighty blow. What's really interesting about this section of the game with the storybook is you can actually read these out of order, and Heather will have different responses to the different pages depending on which order you read them in. It's only the second, and it's only the first and the second that you can swap, but it is interesting. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright, let's run. Oh. God damn it. Oh, their hitbox is so aggressive! God damn it! Alright, it's unlocked. Huh. Just a perfectly normal bed. Just a perfectly normal bed. Nothing there, nothing under it. Just a perfectly normal bed. Is that a health kit? And bullets? Wow! That's a present. Nothing bad. Oh no! Ah shit, okay, now I'm actually annoyed. Come on, just let me get the things. Rap. Man, I forgot how grungy and industrial a soundtrack this one could get. Like, I remember Silent Hill 1 had that real heavy industrial noise, but, like... And that's still probably, like, the most raw of any of the Silent Hill soundtracks, but... This one ain't no slouch, man. How was the gym, Bob Smith? Gyms are awesome. How was the gym? He's there right now! Unlock, because I can get out of here. Nope. I need to get out of here. I got a silver coin. Man, I don't know why. Whenever I see this, all I can think of is Chrono Trigger. And my name is Gato. I have middle joints. Beat me up, and I'll give you 15 silver points. It's about the size of a quarter. I get the feeling it's really old. There's something written on the wall. Thus one's life turns to riches. What was a bag of silver coins is now a number in a book. Yet faith hath no price. Fate hath no price. Ah, but do people know this? That's the plain old vending machine. This one is selling canned drinks. Come to think of it, I am kind of thirsty. I'd feel weird drinking anything sold in a place like this, though. Well, you know, I could also go for a delicious Dr. Pepper right... What do you mean? Ah, yes, the survival horror staple. The PS2 survival horror staple of items don't work unless you're face fucking the object. That's not what Docky Peppy sounds like. Say, what? Man. I had a little diet sheet today, and I had a Mountain Dew Baja Blast. That shit is good. It is good. All right, so we got a key to life insurance. Let's get out of here. BRB running life insurance scam to make fat stacks o' cash. I think I know where we're going to stop today as well. I think I actually know where we're going to wrap up. I know. I got it. Because it has been 4 hours. And this is a game that usually you can clear in like 5 hours. So, and we're not even at the halfway point yet. And I'm only on page 12 of 43. So, you know. You know. I did warn you guys. This was gonna be a long one. And we have the end of the fairy tale. The king and his people shed tears at the death of the kind priestess. God took pity upon them and, granting their wishes, healed the priestess. The priestess opened her eyes, just as she had done every morning of her life. She went once more to the monster's lair. Fool, you wish to die again? No, this time it's your turn. The priestess had come to defeat the monster once and for all. As the priestess was very, very kind, she felt sad about this task, but it had to be done. Swords and spears won't work. Arrows and bullets will just bounce off. You can't kill me, the monster laughed. But the priestess used neither sword nor spear. She chanted but a single spell. I won't use the dumb, British girl voice. Tu fui, ego eris. Do you know what happened then? The monster let out a huge cry and then died and vanished. Thus the villagers were able to use their gates once more. Everyone lavished their gratitude upon the priestess, and they all lived happily ever after.
Tu fui, ego eris. Weird writing. What was that?
I'm all for it. I work at 11 p.m. Okay, so to be fair, the one downside is if I don't stop at the point I'm thinking that we stopped tonight, we're going to go for another 2 hours. It's going to be excessive because there's a certain point, that's essentially the halfway point, where it is going to be a long-ass sit down and just talk into a mic moment. I don't hear breathing anymore. So yeah, if we don't stop there, we're not gonna have any sort of reasonable stop tonight. So we're gonna go for a little while longer, like 30 minutes, 45 minutes at most. It's gone. So what is the glutton? What was it? Well, we'll just be as blunt as we were for the split-head worm, the penis monster. That's a giant fetus. The glutton is a giant fetus. Essentially, you see the glutton, it's connected to this, this industrial tube-like system. It's this writhing mass just sitting there, consuming and growing. And there's 2 heads there. That's the real interesting detail, though. We'll get to why the 2 heads is interesting later. But there's a top head and another head closer to the torso or stomach area, which is going to be really interesting for something later that we can actually get into when the twist is discussed. Now, let's also read the Book of Lost Memories quote about the glutton. Although it is a quote-unquote monster that appears in a story from a picture book, its form is manifested by the power of the otherworld. Doesn't tell you much, but all it needs to tell you is the form it takes is a direct way to fuck with the Dreamer, or, as we went over with the Sewer Workers memo, the fact that there might be multiple Dreamers, so one of them, at least. Now, let's go with that Latin phrase, tu fui ego eris, which killed the glutton and made it go away. What does that mean? So it's a rough translation, but the translation from Latin comes off as, weirdly enough, is a rough translation because it's much longer than 4 words, but as you are, I was. As I am, so shall you be. Let's say that again. Let's have that sink in. Tu fui ego eris means, as you are, I was. As I am, so shall you be. I think, like the cycles, like the moths, like a lot of other things, this is referencing reincarnation and rebirth. And the fact that this phrase kills the glutton, when you say this phrase, the glutton is gone and dead, I think what this could be implying is that the one speaking the phrase, Heather in this case, is the one replacing the glutton in some sort of cycle. As you are, I was, and as I am, so shall you be. An endless cycle of sorts. We'll actually get to talk about the implications of that probably at the beginning of tomorrow. I mean, I don't gotta be there till 4 in the afternoon, and it's not like Dave doesn't podcast mode for like an hour every stream. That's the Link of Kings. You got the Link of Kings in you, brother. I sound like such a freaking geek for finding deep meaning in these games that came out 21 years ago. Tomboy, I have made like 10... I made like an 8-hour live stream analysis and a 12-hour live stream analysis for Silent Hill 1 and 2 respectively, and this one's looking like it's gonna be a 15-hour plus analysis of Silent Hill 3. You're in good company here. We're geeky boys who like geeky things. We're just goofy little guys. Wallace is still here. Yeah, we are joined the club. We're goofy little gremlins who enjoy goofy little things and talking about how much we love them. God. And of course, the Daisyville apartments. Like what Heather wrote on her key so she could be robbed more easily. This is the most Resident Evil camera angle in the entire game, by the way. Like, that's fucking Resident Evil. I am a nerd that mogs jocks. Hell yeah. That's the way to be. What's this doing here? That really pisses me off. It's like having someone spit in your sacred place. Looking at this makes my head hurt. What does it mean? Alright, everybody. Once again, get ready for a shitload of cutscenes that we're going to have a shitload of time to talk about, because this is the official reveal halfway point. If you're familiar with Silent Hill games or the Silent Hill streams beforehand, you know. Doom has seen me. Dude, we fucking trained together, man. Like, no, I've full seen you, dog. I've lost weight since you see me. No, I believe that. Like, you're down to I think the 230 or 220 range. Like, that's fucking super insane. Like, hell yeah, man. So this is it. Be warned, this is gonna be a lot of cutscene. Yeah, 235. Dude, fuck yeah. Hell yeah. And that 230 range, fuck yeah. That's sick. I've been slacking. Hey, I don't know. It's like, when people say they've been slacking after, a lot of progress, it's like, it's good. It's all good, man. Like, gotta rest on the mountain as you're climbing it, you know what I mean? That's corny. But yeah, this is gonna be a lot of cutscene. So, I'm just gonna let it speak for itself, and then we're gonna have a big chat, so...
Dad, I'm home. Listen, something really crazy's going on. I think we should... Dad? Dad?
No! No!
Did you do this?
You're late.
But why? Why?
Revenge for 17 years ago, for one thing. If not for him, our dream would have come true. And then he took you away from us.
I'll get you for this!
There is another reason. To fill your heart with hatred. It must be this way. One day you'll understand why.
No, I'll never understand!
You must try to remember me, and your true self as well. You will birth a god, and build an eternal paradise. He's the one who killed your father. I merely gave the order. So, what will you do? I'll be waiting where all begins. In the town of Silent Hill.
And that's it. Okay, so we're gonna show like an interesting mechanic, and then so you see how he ran towards me? He walks towards you. If you have the light on, he'll sprint towards you, but if you have the light off, he walks towards you. Interesting mechanic. Like, he can't quite see you if you're not in the light. And his attacks are slower. Alright, so let's go into the pause menu for a little lower audio, but, you know, not as good. Let's talk about those cutscenes, because a lot of shit came out. That is a big, big drop of content. Truly, he is a basement dwelling gamer. The moment you turn the light on, he's like sprinting at you, like, turn it off! Wait! So that's the major twist. Harry Mason was Heather's father, making her Heather Mason. And if you remember, the newborn infant child that Harry Mason escaped Silent Hill with in the first game, making this a direct sequel. Also, meaning that Heather herself is the reincarnation of Alessa Gillespie, who herself originally reincarnated to Harry's first daughter, Cheryl Mason, making Heather the third cycle of a reincarnation loop. So, recall all the instances of how important the number 3 is. 3 cycles, 1 larger cycle containing them all. The opening, teacup ride, the save symbol, the fan puzzle. Recall all of these instances, and there you go. This is the 3rd reincarnation cycle of Alessa Gillespie. And and it is part of a larger cycle of rebirth, also with all the talk of rebirth and such, and reincarnation. And let's just give a brief list of all the callbacks to the first Silent Hill. The 3 corpses in the cage. So that, remember in the amusement park with those 4 cages of corpses where I highlighted that there was 1 different and 3 Voltiels? The 4th one that was different is the burned Alessa corpse model from Silent Hill 1. Directly pulled from that game. It even has like the chunky PS1 graphics. It's great. The static TV in the mall is a direct callback to a scene with Cheryl that was also in a mall in Silent Hill 1. The reuse of the rusted Otherworld is because this is Alessa's depiction of the Otherworld, the split-head worm being the split-head boss, down to the fact that its weakness is when its head is open, exactly how the split-head boss went in Silent Hill 1, the reuse of the invaded by the Otherworld line. Like, there's so many, but the point is clear. Like, it's not subtle, but if you don't know, it probably is a bit of a punch to the gut. And it's important to get this out of the way now. Heather's lost memories are all her just recalling details from her past lives as Alessa and then Cheryl. The save symbol and recalled information like the altar, the storybook, and Heather's Sphere of Fire are all examples of residual memories from those past lives. Okay, alright, let's flip the page. So let's talk about this boss. So I already did the little detail of this boss, who is called the Missionary. The light thing. That's just a gameplay thing. It's cool. It's a nice little detail. But getting to the rooftop cutscene, this also means that Claudia herself is a member of the cult from Silent Hill 1, getting revenge on the events of that game 17 years prior. There's also another reference to her to Heather needing to regain her lost memories and remember her true self, clearly showing that Claudia is more invested in the Alessa side of things than anything else. Now I'll read chat and then we'll continue. Why play new game when old game's still good and fun? DMC4 Game of the Year every year. I mean, I've been saying for years, like, the original Resident Evil 4 is Game of the Year every year, because Capcom keeps re-releasing it on fucking everything. So, OG RE4, Game of the Year, every single year. I'm looking for my daughter. My daughter. My daughter. I have no idea what you're talking about, Harry. Yeah, this scene is heartbreaking. I will say one thing, again, I definitely repeat myself on this point a lot, but the voice acting in this game fucking nails it. Heather's actress is phenomenal, which, fun facts, the box art and the back of the box and instruction manual for Silent Hill 3 said that Heather's name was Heather Morris. And the reason why they gave her the surname Morris is because that's actually the actress's name. The actress who plays Heather is named Heather Morris, so they just gave her the actress's full name as a little way to throw people off to the reveal. Pretty fun, pretty clever. Well, let's get back to the lore. So we're also in that cutscene given a secondary reason for Claudia to have Harry killed, outside of revenge for the events of the first game. To fill your heart with hatred. To fill Heather's heart with hatred. Why? We can discuss specifics as the game goes on. You could probably already guess, but you have to remember, the goal of Silent Hill the town is to feed off of negative emotions of the host, or the dreamers, we're calling them. And what would cause more of that than absolute hatred at Heather seeing her father killed, and essentially the woman who called the hit, bragging about it. But there's also another thing that's very interesting that sets this apart. In that cutscene, when Claudia's saying, I did not kill him, I immediately gave the order it was he who killed him. Claudia is commanding a monster. Just a straight up monster. That is truly unique for the series up to this point. We have never seen anything like that. Claudia commands a monster, and it obeys it. That is a first in the franchise. So, for the missionary, let's read the Book of Lost Memories description of the monster. Cult member transfigured by Claudia's power. To Heather's eyes, the appearance it takes is that of a monster. Now, we'll fully get into the implications of this quote during that scene, that if you're at all familiar with this game, you've heard of that cutscene. If you're familiar with this game at all, you know what it is. So we'll get into the full implications of what this could mean on that when we get to it on day 3. But for now, what exactly is Claudia's power? It's never made clear in the entire game. I'm going to spoil that right now. They never explicitly state what Claudia's power is, but if you're willing to allow me a little bit of leeway and a little bit of a spoiler for future events, I actually think that Claudia herself is also a host of the Silent Hill Nightmare, or a dreamer. And when I was making references earlier to how there could be multiple dreamers that the town is feeding on, and that there seems to be a merger of the two, I think Claudia is the second dreamer. And in that case, her quote-unquote power is just the effects of the dream. Similar to what Alessa's quote-unquote power was. Her power was more that shit manifested in Silent Hill from her psyche. And I think that's what's going on with Claudia as well. And I think what that also does is that it helps set up something that I think the game visually displayed earlier in their first interaction in the mall. That Heather and Claudia are direct foils for each other in the plot. And what that's going to mean thematically going forward, once again, that's going to be a future day 2 and 3 thing. Which sucks that I have to keep saying that. But one little detail I want to get out of the way before we just forget it forever. So when we were talking about the sewer workers memo, about someone being so blatantly in denial over reality that they choose to believe in absolute fantasy for their own sake and take action because of this fantasy, I don't think that's applicable to Heather, and I stand by that. I think that note is applicable to Claudia. And going forward, we're really gonna see that kind of mentality in Claudia and where that leads her and why she has that. So once again, as crazy, and though I do fully admit this is totally all speculation pulled in my ass of Heather and Claudia impacting the dream world and the manifestations of Silent Hill, I admit, totally out of my ass here, but I do think there is precedent for this. Remember in Silent Hill 2, Angela's boss monster becomes a regular enemy in James's campaign, in James's quest through Silent Hill. So, it's not like this is unheard of in the series. Claudia Polina Broseph. I killed my master, but I'm not his murderer. What is this dream again? Claudia, are your legs okay? So anyway, I think it's time to pull out the big guns. I think it's time to kill this fucker. Get over here. Let's go! So, once again, this is called The Missionary. Interesting boss. We're going to talk more about The Missionary on day 3, though. Get over here. Come on over here! Coward! Coward! No! I want to punch you in the mouth! I'll beat your goddamn ass off, you son of a bitch! You're an intellectual dumbass, and I'm coming.
say anything. I'm fine, so just get out of here and leave me alone already!
Calm down.
Calm down? How am I supposed to do that? My father is dead! He's murdered! Get out! This is all your fault! If it weren't for you,
I'm sorry.
then go!
If it'll make you feel better, I will. Is he okay like this?
What else can I do? There's no one here to give him a decent burial. I'm sorry, Dad.
What do you do now?
I'm going to Silent Hill.
What's in Silent Hill?
I don't know.
Do you think it's safe?
Of course it isn't. I don't know what kind of hell is waiting for me there, but I've got no other choice. I don't care about God or paradise. If that's what she believes, then fine. But she won't get away with what she did. When I find her, I'll kill her myself.
Revenge doesn't solve anything.
Maybe not, but that's what I'm going to do.
How are you gonna get there?
None of your business.
I'll give you a ride.
I don't need your help.
Yeah, but it's too far to walk. Besides, I'm partly responsible for this. I'll bring the car around back. Come by and we'll finish saying goodbye.
You know, you might die too.
That's fine. Nobody's gonna cry over my grave.
And that is the final scene with Harry. He's gone. Let's heal up. So I love this little sequence we're gonna get where you get to go through Heather and Harry's apartment and just kind of see what little life they had together. It's a very humanizing moment. Also, I love the detail when she was mourning Harry, she got blood on her coat, and that blood's gonna be on her jacket for the rest of the game. I like that. I like that a lot. A host, that makes sense for Claudia. I agree with your analysis about Claudia. I think she's crazy and prefers to live in a fantasy land rather than accept reality. Yeah, and I really think it's like, again, like obviously pure speculation on my part. Not gonna deny that, not gonna pretend like this is the end all to be all or anything. But I do personally think both Claudia and Heather are the quote-unquote hosts of the nightmare. They're the ones who actually, they're the ones like feeding it at the same time. And a lot of the imagery that we're seeing and phenomenon we're seeing, it applies to both of them separately, despite the fact that both can experience it. Different things are more for Heather's sake, and different things are more for Claudia's sake. And we're especially going to see that when it comes to the monsters. I think, which this could be a very controversial one, I think it's almost like a split down the middle if it's a Heather monster or a Claudia monster. But I hate to say it, that's going to be tomorrow. We're going to wrap up with the apartment tour, because if we don't stop here, we're going to be here for another hour and a half of just talking. Just cutscene, just talking. It's going to be one of those. So we're just going to wrap up at the little apartment tour and save, and that'll be it for tonight, and we'll be back tomorrow afternoon. Claudia's one nutty woman. We'll get Claudia's fucking nuts. I mean, what's that line from Avatar? She's crazy and she needs to go down. But man, it's like Claudia's just fucking broken, man. Like, she's very pitiful, and she's, I don't know, she's definitely one of my favorite villains of like a survival horror game, because like she's so uniquely pitiful once you really get to learn about her. Like a very pathetic figure, despite this like calm, stoic demeanor and trying to portray herself as having all the power in a situation. I'll find that woman and make her pay. Promise I will. I wonder if my dad would be mad at me for thinking that way. I'll be back, Dad. I promise. I'll come home soon. So, this is an interesting detail that, again, we'll get into tomorrow. And it's very hard to see, but if you look really closely on Harry's character model there, really, really closely, under the flowers, you can see he has... excuse me. You can see that he has a large crucifix placed over his body. Between this and one other line we're going to get, this is a very interesting retcon to the Harry character. And we'll talk about it next week, but it kind of turns him from just an audience insert 2D good guy to something a little more interesting. Like, it fleshes out the Harry character a little more through retcon, but it is interesting. But Harry is a clearly very devout Christian. A large crucifix on his body that his daughter placed because she knows he probably would have wanted that. And one more line that we're going to see before we leave the apartment. That's an interesting detail about his character. We're going to get to that tomorrow. But let's just look around. Just a little room here. Get a nice look at his room here. Dad's bookshelf. There's nothing unusual about it. I cry a little bit when I hear these lines. I can feel the emotions behind Heather's anger, pain, and sadness that she has towards Douglas. The voice acting is phenomenal. Yeah. Yeah, it's genuinely, like, I can't get overstate how great I think the voice acting is. Like, they really nailed it in this one. I mean, I've never played these games, but God, I hate the modern fandom. You're preaching to the choir. I've removed myself from, like, any sort of, like, fan discussion on, like, V or whatever of the Silent Hill games. I'm out of it, man. I'm done. I got my own take on these games. I got my own little pieces of work, but I'm out. There's no need to go back on the roof. That monster's dead now. Besides, Douglas is waiting outside. Just a regular TV. There's something different about it. Dad, why'd you have to die? You told me you're the strongest man in the world. Liar. And we'll get a stun gun. Stun gun is another interesting one. Very high risk, high reward weapon where it will down enemies like pretty much immediately, but has very limited ammo, and you have to get right up to them. Interesting weapon. I don't think I'm going to use it, but interesting. This is my dresser. I don't need to change. I'll leave it alone. So there's one interesting detail that's hard to see, but if you look at the cabinet closely, really closely, but if we back out, you get a better look. There's no mirror on that cabinet. And when you look at Heather's little dresser here, the mirror's covered. If you remember at the beginning of the game, Heather explicitly states she doesn't like mirrors. So it is a nice touch that all the mirrors in her room are covered. Morning always comes. It's corny, but it's true. But if your eyes are closed, it always feels like night. That's the hero's line from this movie. I always liked that line. Now it just seems stupid. I'm exhausted, but I don't think I can sleep now. Besides, Douglas should be waiting for me outside. And just a little character detail that I really like. It's not much, but if you notice, Heather's bedroom is bigger than Harry's. Like, it's a little touch, but Harry gave her the master bedroom. It's the little things, man. It's the little things in these games. I can't reach anybody, not the police or the church. Interesting that she puts that as an important piece of contact. Vinicius? Hey, Vinicius. We're actually wrapping up pretty quickly, so unfortunately it seems like it's the wrong time, but if you are interested in like specific moments, I will finish this and the VOD will be up. But unfortunately it's like, and we'll obviously be back tomorrow and the day after for the proper follow-up for our Silent Hill lore playthrough. Fun fact, Silent Hill 3 was made with $3 million in 18 months and less than 20 people. I actually don't... the 3 months and 18 million... the 3 million 18 months... that would be insane, the other way around. But the figure of the budget and the time frame is true. That's actually not true about the team. It was about... I think it was definitely less than Silent Hill 2. But it was between 40 and 50, if I remember correctly. I remember making way back in the day, like almost 60, probably 6 years ago now, actually, when I made the making of Silent Hill 1, 2, 3, and 4. The Team Silent history development video I made way back when, where going through the list of developers who all worked on it, there's like almost 50 people who worked on this to some degree. That kind of goes back to what I'm saying, why it's like there's no way you could get a Team Silent reunion game, because like there was no solid Team Silent. Like these games are massive collaborative efforts. They're lightning in a bottle. And like even 4, which I think is the bad one, like that's still a very unique game, even though I think it's shit. Like, so it's like that's still lightning in a bottle. I don't think you're just going to be able to recapture. So I don't really understand that whole get the band back together revival project kind of thing. I don't know. I've said for years, Silent Hill is a standard that we should be trying to surpass, not trying to recapture. And here we are, 23 years later, trying to literally recapture Lightning in a Bottle with a remake of Silent Hill 2. Like, I don't fucking know anymore, man. What do I know? Everyone's excited for that game, so clearly I'm just missing something here. But yeah, after this, we are now going to Silent Hill. And I think this is where we're going to wrap it for today, actually. Yeah. Thank you. You know what? This is going to come off as real fucking corny. Honestly. This is going to be this is going to, like, genuinely, like, very corny. But, thank you, everyone who came out to watch this. For real, like, everyone who came out to check this out. I cannot thank you all enough. This is a long time coming. I was terrified of doing this. As stupid as that sounds, I was genuinely, like, very anxious of doing this, especially considering I'm so late. Like, I'm a year late, because, like, I scrapped, rewrote, redid, tried to perfect, and I was genuinely terrified of even doing this. And I don't know why. But it's actually going well, and it's getting a passion back for something that I thought I was completely fed up with. And I really want to thank everybody for actually, like, just seeming to be, like, actually having a good time with it. But yeah, that is the first part of Silent Hill 3. We have the big reveal. We're gonna get, starting tomorrow, the recap of Silent Hill 1 from both the game and myself. We will finally get a discussion of the enemy symbolism and what it could mean and what it refers to, and we will get proper discussion of the symbolism and meaning of things, now that the cat's out of the bag of what the plot's actually about. Wow. Yeah, I think it'll be about 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. It's going to be an hour behind on Friday. Unfortunately, I have an appointment from 3:30 to 4:30, and it's about an hour commute to get home, so I will not be able to make 5 o'clock, so it's going to be an hour late tomorrow. That's about it. And Saturday, we will do the same. 5 o'clock, we'll just get right on back to it, and yeah, 3 days? It's looking like it's going to be a 3-day thing. I'm halfway through page 14 of a 43-page script for this live stream series. This is going to be a 3-day thing. No way. No way it's any shorter. I enjoyed the stream, dude. It was a lot of fun. Hell yeah. Thanks for coming out, Tomboy. Like, I don't know. Thanks one and all. I will see you tomorrow, and we will continue.